That's one of those moments right now. So you know how I'm always way ahead of the program, what everybody's going to be putting out. That's why I know you guys like to follow me, because I'm way ahead of the curve. Now I've been watching this, lockdown coming. Now it took me a little bit to see through the subterfuge and but it didn't take too long. Right. So I was way ahead of the curve and started putting out very early on. I basically knowingly risked my channel over, and it got taken down over and over again to get information out to people to help save lives and keep people focused. All right. So we're in that again. We're in that moment again. Right. So I believe there's going to be a global or worse. Right. I think we're already seeing bank assets being frozen. That's already beginning. Right. And I'm going to talk about each of these subjects in a little bit more detail. But this is one of those moments. But you're going to be way ahead of the ball game, guys. So you're going to be able to get out and prepare and get what you need before the shot hits the fan. All right. And that's what I did before the last one. Gave everybody heads up and showed everybody, hydroxychloroquine, how to make your own. We just made a little hydroxychloroquine the other day where we took grapefruit peels and boiled them, and it's a free little boost for your immune system, right? So I think we all need that going forward. Who knows what they're dropping some of the skies and putting in our foods and so forth. I think they're really turning up the heat again, right? So President Trump was ahead of that ball game too. Operation Warp Speed, which basically he was not supposed to be president. Hillary Clinton was supposed to be president, and the world would be a catastrophe right now. Now, I believe that President Trump did the same thing bombing the hell out of Iran, right? But as we know, they came in and sabotaged him. They sabotaged a lot of us that were releasing this information. They sabotaged, once Trump was out, they came in and really hammered down. But because he did Operation Warp Speed, he was able to, nullify a lot of the things that they were going to do. And if he hadn't been there, if he hadn't done that, that would have caused a much worse catastrophe because it would have slowly ground us up, right? So by him, pushing it, they made mistakes, and that's what you do in special forces. You push the enemy, you hijack them, you sabotage them, all the different ways that you can do to stop their progress and move forward. That's what we're doing in Iran. So I think Iran, if he hadn't done what he did, would have been much, much worse. Much, much worse. So I believe they were quietly and methodically, and probably this is all part of a plan, come in and shut down the Straits of Hormuz and cause this worldwide glut and catastrophe that's happening. It's a tsunami that's coming, guys, and I'm telling you it's coming. Now, some of you are going to be at the shoreline saying, "I don't see it," and you're going to get destroyed. All right. So if you don't take action now, you're going to get hammered. Right. Now, of course, things could change. President Trump could end the Iran war, which they're doing everything they can right now. They're sabotaging the peace talks, and we're going to talk about that as well. Now, Juan O'Savin was on last night, and he talked about that. He said that the Pakistani that was doing, and they still haven't in the news, they still haven't talked about it. They're still talking. I watch all kinds of different and look at all kinds of different stuff. And I was going to do this show an hour ago. There's so much stuff coming out right now. Do you guys know that Tulsi Gabbard is gone? All right. She's gone. All right. So that's might be breaking news for a lot of you, but because it's not on the regular news yet, but she's gone. All right, so it's already a done deal. Same with Pam Bondi. So there's a lot of these people that are not going along with what we need to do. Pete Hegseth, Department of War, basically fired the top general of the Army. So things are moving. Of course, they're going to try and sabotage that in the mainstream press. That's basically Operation Mockingbird, but it's coming. It's a bigger war in the Middle East is coming because they're pushing it. They're pushing it. The ground operations, like I predicted, are moving in that direction. The stock market is going to get slammed next week. Oil is going to continue to go up, and that always causes further out. It causes a massive economic downturn, right? So this is all planned by them. But again, this would have happened if it would have been allowed to happen in their own timing. It would have been much, much worse. But it is going to be very catastrophic regardless. Now, Juan and myself, I've talked about in other shows. I was at an event. Another event's coming. This other event that's coming, guys, it may be too late. All right. They're trying to be ahead of something that's coming, but it may be too late because the tsunami is coming, right? You can broadcast and get everybody the warnings that they need to prepare to go to higher ground, for a tsunami, of course. But higher ground would be to start to get your money, right, secured already, being gold and silver, on and on and on. But, we could even see silver and gold go down even more before it takes off on a massive spike. That will be the greatest spike in the history of silver and gold, right? So those are all other conversations, but the real conversation that needs to happen right now is what's going on. First of all, Donald J. Trump said Vice President J.D. Vance is now in charge of fraud. Fraud is very, very close to destroying and collapsing our country, guys. And this is also a planned, destruction. And they've been stealing from us, and now we're at the point where it's tipped. And tsunami, the blast in the ocean has already happened. Everybody's aware of it. Well, not everybody. Some of you may be listening to about this the first time. You're like, what? So get ready. All right. So he goes, President Trump, and this is in Truth Social. He says it is massive and pervasive, and the job he will be doing in conjunction with many great people within the Trump administration will be a major factor in how great the future of our country will be. All right. So, of course, he's going to, say this in a very positive way, just like with, Operation, I will call it Operation Warp Speed. So it was an operation. It was a military operation to get that out as fast as possible. So we're in another operation, guys. Of course, it's happening in Iran, but it was also going to cause shocks throughout the system. Now, we know that we've already seen fraud being exposed, and that led to Iran, and now it's going to double down here in the States and around the world. So President Trump goes on, this is today. This was released early in the morning. You know how President Trump is hot on the keys, very early in the morning. So it was released, I think, at 05:05 today, the 3rd, Good Friday. So it's already got lots of views, lots of retweets. So he says, J.D. Vance will play a major factor. He will be called the fraud czar, and his focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states. I've been saying this for years. I said we got to this is a problem. I can tell people where the issues are and where the problems are, but if there's pushback, they stopped me from being broadcast in Australia because the Australians were all over what I was talking about, and they stopped my broadcast, YouTube broadcast, into Australia. And I said, that's odd. I remember thinking that was odd at the time. I was like, well, hopefully somebody's doing a workaround. They're getting this information. But we saw how hard they locked down Australia. And I started to see a pattern. Whatever they get away with in Australia, they're going to push it into America. So they test it in Australia. It's a test ground because it's a captured operation in Australia, unfortunately. The people have been captured, right? And they don't have hardly any say. Of course, there's a lot of people that are pushing back on them, but it's not enough, right? So whatever they get away with in Australia, and they're already starting to get away with this in Australia, guys, they're gonna push it to America and the rest of the world, and it's happening. It's already. So I can just look over the years. I'm just looking because I saw it happen to me. They restricted me from putting out information. Who knows? Maybe this video will be restricted in Australia, right? So, and if that's the case, I'll let you know, because then that'll double down on what I'm talking about and as massive truth. All right. Now, I feel that we have reached a level where we're able to release this information, because I think a lot of these corrupt places, we know the X has been, of course, it's, they still restrict us. Usually I get at least 100 more subscribers on X, and then I would put something out that's really revealing, it stops, right? So we know there's still controls out there, but at least we're able to get the information out, right? So crooked Democrat politicians like those in California is going to have massive oil shocks, just like what's already starting to happen in Australia. Australia one time produced 70% of their fuel, and then the green idiots came in and took it all away. So they're relying on, which was the plan, they're relying on not the Middle East, I think the Far East, to give them their fuel. Now the Far East is starting to lock up their stuff. So Australia is already starting to suffer. California will suffer because they did the green new stupidness in California on a massive scale. They started shutting down refineries and driving them out, not necessarily coming in and saying, we're going to shut you down. It's just like raise the taxes, made it restrictive to the point where refiners are like, we're out. Now, Trump just recently, within the last couple of weeks, reopened the pipelines from the oil wells off the coast so that they could start to push in more oil. So that's a process that takes time. Of course, environmentalists or having their hissy fit, they're part of this problem. They were inserted to be part of this problem. The environmentalists, right? Because it makes absolutely no sense. Now, the Environmental Protection Agency, fortunately, Trump put a really good person in there, and they're turning back a lot of the silliness and stupidity that comes from these pie in the sky, believe, this like, oh, we can all have green energy and so forth. It was a lie. You should know this at this point. And, the earth heating up to the point where, that was a lie. All right. Because we're seeing it. You still see snow on my balcony. There shouldn't be any snow, according to who was the guy that who was vice president, ran for President Al Gore, right? The inconvenient truth. It was an inconvenient lie, right? He was just at the World Economic Forum, I think 2 years ago, still pushing that lie, still pushing the lie. It's like, we don't believe that anymore. We know that's not true. So F off, So California, Illinois, Minnesota, Somalia, beware, in parentheses, Maine, New York, and many others have had a free-for-all in the unprecedented theft of taxpayer money. Now, I see people posting all the time on X that Ilhan Omar should be deported. Come on. She needs to be tried and thrown in prison. And then once she's done her time, and if we can't find the money that she's stolen, she should stay in there in prison for longer. All right. Don't send her back to Somalia. That's like, okay, we know you like stole billions of dollars from us. Just go away. That's idiocy, guys. Stop supporting people that say, because I think it's on purpose, to deport her. All right. She needs to be tried. If you do a crime, and God, that's treasonous. Should be maybe she goes bye-bye. All right. So stop saying you think that I see it from like top level people in X and everything. They have like millions of subscribers, and they push that. And I come in and say, no, she should be tried first. All right. Prosecuted, stand her jail time or whatever happens. And then if she survives that, right, however long it is, then, take away her U.S. passport and deport her to Somaliland, right? And whatever. So many other states, all right, the Democrat states, all up and down the left coast, all right, Oregon, Washington, all problems, have had a free-for-all in the unprecedented theft of taxpayer money. The numbers are so large that if successful and turn around this fraud, we would literally be able to balance our American budget, which I think last I saw 37 trillion. All right. I'm saying that I was saying for a long time that it's $1 trillion in fraud in California. And I had somebody on the other day, and I'm going to have another guest on that's going to talk about, oh, no. It's 3 trillion. So, boy, that jumped up because no one was talking trillion. I was talking trillion early on, and now we're looking at 3 trillion. Holy moly. Yeah, so if we can turn around that and we're not going to turn that around. These people have stolen this money for the most part. So anyway, raids have already started in LA. Good luck, JD. Right. Now, this conference that we're going to have in the Ahern in Las Vegas, Juan and I talked about it last night. I'm still waiting for the link so people can sign up for it. So it's the 15th to the 17th of June. I hope that we haven't been locked down by then, right, here in America. But I think we could be. So we're going to have to be very flexible, right? So one of Juan O'Savin's top guys, his head of his movement and stuff around and so forth, I'm not going to give his name, but he said, sir, because he's former Marine and, of course, Vice President Vance is former Marine. So he says, sir, would be honored for Vice President Vance to attend. Join remotely or record a message for us, Semper Fidelis. Right. So this is the Fraud Fighter Summit, uniting the front lines against fraud. So the Ahern Hotel in Las Vegas, I've already lined up my room. All right. It's supposed to be 500 tickets. I think there'll be 300 and something you talked about on the show last night. Meals going to be included. And the meals there at the Ahern are outstanding. Right. So it's going to be very good. So 3 days. Wow. And I was just there. We just did a 1 day and the reveals were just stunning for me. And I'm going to have a lot of those people that were there on my show. One of them is Mitch Vexler. So he's coming on. He is basically, Juan asked him while he was, because he's in Texas, fighting fraud for people that are paying property taxes. All right, property taxes. I have people that have been, telling me there's places in Texas where property taxes are up over the last several weeks or several years, 300%. 300%. How is that possible? That's bullshit, right? So in a lot of in another place like in Colorado over the last year is up 40%. Wow. Why? Because the fraud Ponzi scheme is accelerating to basically exploding, right? And you should not be paying property taxes. You should not be paying income taxes. And who knows, maybe there's going to be a Jubilee. And maybe that Jubilee, like Ron was talking about, could be coming during the prayer service. I think it's May 16th or something like that, where President Trump is doing a prayer service across America. Of course, you can pray wherever during that time frame, but it is coming. So let's dive in a little bit deeper. Tulsi Gabbard. Now, this is several days ago. Actually, it says Friday, April 3rd. So Tulsi Gabbard on thin ice as Donald Trump poised for third firing within days. All right. So the word I'm getting is she's already been fired. Gabbard has allegedly attracted Trump's displeasure after failing to condemn former counterterrorism chief Joe Kent after he dramatically resigned from his position last month and criticized the administration's decision to take the U.S. to war with Iran, claiming that Trump is fighting Israel's war and that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the U.S. Now, I'm going to basically call this guy an ass clown, right? From my military experience, of course, he's a military guy, but he's an ass clown, right? And he's absolutely, there's no question in my mind, he's puppeted. He's been puppeted to do this, to sabotage, right? So I don't know what happens to him in the future, but I think it's going to be quite severe. And then Tulsi Gabbard pretty much kind of went along with it. Remember, Tulsi Gabbard's former Democrat, right? But she got on the Trump train, and he pushed her to a very high level. And we pushed her to a very high level because we pushed Trump to a high level. And then Trump would ask, what do you think about this person? And I shut down at least one that I know, but everybody out, or maybe two. And it wasn't just me, everybody. A lot of people are like, no, absolutely not that person. No. And then Tulsi's like, everybody's like, yay. So, we, the people, got a voice. Trump gave us a voice, and we chose Tulsi Gabbard, and Tulsi Gabbard has failed us, right? So she's gone, right? So let's see what he was one of those guys that was really on the cutting edge. They kept taking him down, of course, like all of us, but he was really, really on the cutting edge. Lots of respect for him, right? So let's look at what he had to say about this.
At Dulles Airport, this is a hell of a day in Washington. We've just had word that Tulsi Gabbard is out at ODNI. This is the server, we think, the server not telling Trump about the coup server, potentially also an assassination server for Charlie Kirk, potentially also an assassination server for him. So this is taking on huge significance, but Tulsi should have told Trump. And so she's out. We also have Miller's Crossing here. We have two Millers in this story that did the programming to tap the phones and all the electronic communications and social media of 5 senators, 12 totally targeted in this Arctic Circle 2024, I guess 2025 is the best way to say it, and 5 illegal wiretaps on U.S. senators with no FISA, no nothing. Of course, Josh Hawley is one of them. 2 of the Blackburn and the other senator from Tennessee is one of them. Tuberville from Alabama is another one. And then there's a 5th senator. So not telling the senators, using Charlie Kirk as leverage against these 5 senators to try to get them in an obstruction justice charge along with the president. So this is a huge story. It's not totally above the waterline yet, but people are now starting to see some of the detritus bobble up, like the ouster of Tulsi Gabbard here at ODNI. And remember, there's 2 arrests here at this, of course, was where another server that went missing, right, with Imran Awan, and Imran Awan got arrested here at Dulles Airport. One of the Millers of the Millers Crossing, the dark fiber crossing, right, the dark fiber crossing where all the wiretaps are. One of the Millers is arrested right here at Dulles Airport as well. The story hasn't bubbled up yet, but it's going to be soon, either tomorrow or maybe next week.
So lots of stuff, guys. Like I said, I was going to do this show over an hour ago, and it was just like boom, 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 more stuff coming. I gotta talk about this, gotta talk about that. And then I was like, okay, I'm just going to get out and just talk about this, and more comes up. And if I get time, I'll get out and put some more information out. So, normally I do these shows in the evening, just let the information bubble up like George Webb was talking about. And then I put it out there, and some of it, I just let it sit for a little bit and then let it stew and see how it's going to taste for everybody. And maybe I'll get some more salt on it. And then I'll serve it up. So last night, while I was talking to Juan, I talked to him kind of late. I think it was around 10 o'clock his time. And it was, 6-7 time frame. So we started around 9 his time and into over 7:30, Pacific. So that's 10:30 for his time. So, Juan comes out, and then he was going to do a show with me at 1, and then stuff bubbled up on his end, and he had to push to 6. All right. So stuff is happening a lot. Yeah. So now I get info from a lot of different sources. So he said last night on the show live that the Pakistani that was doing the negotiating and trying to get us into a peace agreement, Israel blew him up. Israel blowed him up. And Juan revealed that last night. All right. So not long after that, I had other people that basically brought in a little bit confirming information. So I'm going to read this to you. Iran predicts U.S. ground invasion after Israel strikes key negotiator. Israel continues killing peace negotiators to force continuation of the war. Now, remember, there are obviously evil people. The Balfour Agreement by the Rothschilds and the British city-state, what is that city-state? The bankers of the UK, whatever, City of London. So the City of London basically put that forward that they were going to go into Palestine and basically, take over, and that's what they've done. So the baddies are there. Now, of course, the baddies are here in America, but we have been able to overcome them, and we're getting to the place where we're using the best that we can. Imagine you have somebody which the Israelis have done a lot of to America, and a lot of people still think that that is the case. I do not believe that's the case. I believe that we're feeding them. So Joe Kent was one of their puppets, right? And we've had some other people that were probably on the path of disclosing against Israel, and they ended up being a problem. So that's what we're seeing right now. So I have my phone going off. So let me shut it down. More stuff trying to come through. All right. So, yeah, I agree with you, Hermano. Kent was a very sneaky mofo, and and that's a good moniker for him. He's a mofo, right? And so we don't like mofos. Right? Kent, you're a bad man. And of course, we went on to Tucker government audience to. Wow. Okay. So, reveals are happening across the board, just one after another. I've talked about a couple of them already, so I'm just not going to keep naming names over and over again. So this came out also today, earlier on the Epoch Times. So the Epoch Times is behind the power curve. They're putting out information that we were putting out last night, but they're still on the same sheet of music of the information. So that's why you have to listen to people like myself that have this information, that are putting it out so you can be ahead of the ball game, make your decisions, and start to move. Right. So let me read out what the Epoch Times says, and I'll just share the screen with you. Trump's Iran ultimatum nears deadline, with no breakthrough in talks. The talks are dead now, guys, literally and figuratively dead. Right, as escalation looms. U.S. President Donald Trump's ultimatum for Iran to agree to a peace deal is set to expire on April 6th, 3 days. And with talks appearing to show no meaningful progress, the risk of a sharp escalation of the war looms large. Right, so there will be boots on the ground, like I've been saying. Now, senior Israeli officials told Epoch Times magazine Israel on April 3rd. I guess even Israel's still keeping the lie going, or maybe they just don't know either, guys. I was in the CIA, and I knew what the manipulations were long before everybody else. That's how I'm able to eyeball this stuff long before everybody else, because I would see this stuff starting to happen. And I saw this for year after year after year after year. So I got good at spotting it, right? Before it happened. Of course, I was involved in some of it. I saw people talking about it. So I was like, oh, shit, that's going to suck. Good thing it's over here in the Middle East. It's not going to affect us in the United States. But just like I talked about, pointing out that Australia, what happens in Australia comes to America and the rest of the world. And I spent a lot of time in Australia. I know Australians, great people, and they are being savaged by the deep state. Savaged, all right? And that savagery is coming for the rest of us soon. All right, so it goes on to talk about how talks between Washington and Tehran are being conducted indirectly through Pakistan's army chief, who is blowed up. But he's, according to Juan, that he's bye-bye, right? So I don't know. They're not saying it here, so who knows? But his Juan was saying that definitely his wife is gone. So of course Juan is, like a lot of us, cutting edge, way before it happened, before the press is going to release it. So Trump shared footage of a strike on one of the Iran's military supply routes, a big bridge. They did that Iran uses to move around ballistic missiles and drones, and keep their capabilities up. So I guess they blew the bridge up. And so the escalation could come, because he's saying he's going to go after the power structure. And then, of course, we have a lot of the knuckleheads out there. And some of them have been in war. And some of them are armchair quarterbacks, speaking about the war, and they have no idea what war is like. They have never been in war. But they are the experts. I've been in war for pretty much most of my 35-year career, right? In combat zones. And when you're in a combat zone, you're pretty much in combat, right? So kind of like what America's turning out to be, right? Pretty soon, I think. So we're seeing a lot of these people step up and give out false information. I am. And saying that, Trump is a bad man if he's going to take out their electricity. Now, in Ukraine, Russia is doing a very good job of taking out Ukraine's electrical structure. What is electrical structure used for? It's used to move supplies, to make supplies that are used in war. All right. So if Iran is going to continue the war against us and our allies in the Middle East, then we have to take away, unfortunately, for the people, people suffer. Excuse me. People always suffer sometimes the most. Although I've seen videos of massive crowds of people at basically funerals for the IRGC. So it's like 1,900, the last count of IRGC. And I saw massive crowds for funerals, massive. It looked to me like there was tens of thousands of people. That's not a good sign. So who are they supporting? They're supporting the people that are going to continue this war. All right. Now, for me, I have been in the Middle East for decades. And I can tell you that the Middle Easterners, through their religious practice, have their emotional intelligence kept extremely low. So they get very emotional, and from those crazy emotions, they become very violent, right? Against everybody else, even other Muslims, because the Muslims fight each other all the time too, right? But the enemy of my enemy, so Muslims fight each other. So the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. They're fighting my enemy. So they're all going to combine, like we saw in Iraq, or I saw in Iraq, Civil War type stuff. Now, they're not going to Civil War each other. They're going to Civil War us. They're going to completely combine and go against us, right? And that's what we're seeing. Yemen is starting to strike out. But again, it's the Yemenis that are in power. It's not all of the Yemenis, because I've been around all of the Yemenis, and many of them are like us, very conservative, free thinkers, good emotional intelligence. All right. They don't get riled up easily. So, it's going to be crazy for them. Now, let's go into, Trump is saying that the war is almost over. I think he's talking about the negotiations are reaching a level where it's almost over. The negotiators and negotiations are dead, right? So their capabilities are really going to start to be utilized. I think they're being supplied by Russia, because we supplied Ukraine against Russia. All right. So don't beat up on Russia. Russia, unfortunately, has been beat up by the United States and Europe forever. All right. So they're good people. The people of Russia are good. But just like anyone else, they're going to protect themselves. So they're going to, just like we did in Afghanistan, we pushed Russia into a long war. And we supplied through Osama bin Laden, who was the CIA puppet boy. And then the CIA came in when he was no longer useful. So that's the way Luciferians are. And the CIA is absolutely Luciferian. All right. I know, because I worked there, and they came after me as well. Right. So I was useful to them. And then when I was no longer useful to them, it didn't work out. But they did destroy my life for a period of time. All right. So let's look at their capabilities.
Is reported footage of an Iranian ballistic missile just missing a bunker housing American troops in the Gulf region. This video is absolutely terrifying, especially if you were one of the guys there. So this is the missile coming in.
All right. See how fast that came in. That's super hypersonic. And it just missed this bunker. It hit this bunker, so we would have a big casualty number right now. I don't know if this was like, see what we can do type thing, or if they just missed, or it got deflected, or what happened here, or they didn't have the right coordinates. But this is pretty significant.
And it hits right.
All right, so you see this guy, looks like he's in his shorts, but he's got his helmet. It could have been, siren went out. It was one of those missiles that, they were ineffective in bringing down. Those Patriot missile batteries are not so good, guys. $2 million a pop every time one of those missiles goes out. And they're not always hitting their targets because these are hypersonic missiles. And the Patriot is regular speed, right? So these hypersonic missiles are blasting past the Patriot missile batteries, and they're getting in. So they don't have a lot of them, or at least we don't know that yet. And we hear that a lot of these missiles and their launchers and so forth are being taken out. But their capability is not decreasing, like we've been told. It seems to be advancing in some areas.
Right next to the bunker.
Are y'all good? Everybody's good. Everybody over here is good.
So it just barely misses them. And watch how fast it comes in again. So it's right there, and then boom.
Are y'all good?
So I was about to say that guy's in shorts. They might have got called out, and they're in their bunks, and they're like, "Get to the bunkers," right? And they're, they have barracks and so forth. They're in their bunks in their barracks, and they get siren goes off, and they throw in some body armor. Run as they're running, they're throwing on their body armor and their helmets, and they're in shorts, right? So that's probably what you're seeing there, because it looks like it's at night. So imagine, because this happened to me quite a bit in the Middle East. Imagine waking up at 0 dark 30 and mortars are going off around you, right? And you're in a trailer, right? Where if it comes close to you, it hits close to your trailer, then that shrapnel is going to come, that hot shrapnel is going to come through and zip through your flesh, right? So not fun. But as you saw with that missile, I don't know how cordoned those bunkers are, but if it came in where that entrance was right there.
Everybody's good. Everybody over here is good.
Let's go one more time. Let's slow it down. We'll go slow motion.
Okay, guys. So these guys still have the ability to reach out and cause damage. And they've been causing a lot of damage, destroying a lot of infrastructure throughout the Middle East, right? Oil facilities, on and on and on. Water distillation plants, they've hit some of those in the Middle East as well. We have not hit their electrical facilities or their water distillation plants. And I've heard from a lot of people, it's like, that would be so wrong if we did that to them, right? Well, hello, they're doing it to everybody else. And there's a war over there. And it's getting close, guys. It's getting close, like I'm talking about, where the food's not coming in, the water's not coming in, the water's not being made, and people are going to get violent, right? A lot more violent, a lot faster, because again, the Middle Easterners have very low emotional IQ. So as I've seen many times, when just something basic goes bad, they get cray-cray, right? So we're seeing worst case scenario right there. They're right on the cliff, guys. So things could go really bad, really fast. So things aren't. So we had air superiority at one point, but now we don't, right? Because F-15 or something like it got shot down. So U.S. F-15E shot down in Iran. So U.S. fighter jet has allegedly been shot down over Iran, with Axios reporting a search and rescue operation underway for the crew. So they're shot down behind enemy lines, and they got a rescue crew. I don't know, maybe some Delta or SEAL Team 6 guys, or I don't know. I don't think they would put those guys in that position, but maybe Air Force rescue crew. I don't know. This incident marks the first confirmed loss of a U.S. manned fighter jet to Iranian fire since the start of Operation Epic Fury in late February. So things seem to be escalating. An ejection seat reportedly belonging to an F-15E has been located near the crash site in western or southwestern Iran, raising concerns over crew survival. So if the Iranians got to them, they're gonna publicize this. They're gonna puppet those guys around. So that's one of the reasons why hopefully they got a rescue team. So who knows? Maybe if those guys are now hostages, then you would see Delta or SEAL Team 6 move in to rescue them, because that's what they're trained for. U.S. fighter jet lies down over Iranian territory, its crew unaccounted for, as American rescue forces press into hostile airspace. All right, so here it is. Spokesman of Iran's Ketam blah 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 headquarters, a second U.S. fifth generation F-35 was struck and down. So they're calling it F-35. So fifth gen. So if that's the case, that's even a more worst case scenario, because these are the most high tech, these defensive air defense systems, right? Given the massive explosion on impact and during the crash, the pilot is unlikely to have ejected. All right, so that's what they're saying. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But again, things are not decelerating, they're accelerating, and it's not looking good, right? Yes, prayers for our freedom fighters. Absolutely. All right, so Trump's force ready to land in Iran, and what regime has in store for them. All right. Now, I keep seeing a lot of people talk about this. I don't see this going down. This would not make sense to me. If we went and did the Karg Island, seized Karg Island, it's the guys that went in there to seize that, they'd be sitting ducks, right? So I don't see it happening, and it's really far up the coastline of Iran from the Straits of Hormuz. I don't see it happen. But everybody wants to talk about it. How Karg Island is Iran's lifeline. Well, down here where the Straits of Hormuz are, and so pretty much the U.S. Navy controls that, right? So Iran's not going to, unless we let them. I guess President Trump let them, push some ships through there to reduce the global oil supply shortage. So I don't see it happening. I could be wrong because I'm not on the ground. I'm not, figuring this out. They're not asking me, but who knows, maybe somebody's watching and they're like, well, what does Mike think? And I think no go, right? Do not send people that are going to be casualties to seize Karg Island. You can control it already, so there's no need to send anybody there to seize it. It's just I don't know, something for the news, all right? A news event that's the only thing it would be, but it would be very, very sketch for the people that are there on the ground. I wouldn't send them in to do that. All right, so Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth forces out Army's top officer In addition to Army Chief of Staff General Randy George, maybe that's why he's a Randy guy and he's Randy George. I don't know. Maybe that's quite a name there. Hegseth fired 2 other Army generals Thursday, according to 3 U.S. officials familiar with the action. So why are these people being replaced? There's only one reason. They're deep staters. There's still a clean out of deep staters, right? It will be an ongoing process, right? And it could be they're resistant to taking this to the new level that I believe it might have to be taken to. All right. So if we don't, free up and control the Strait of Hormuz, which is coming at some point in the future, if we weren't to do that, then Iran would probably seize control of it, and they would decide who came through, and whoever came through, they'd basically make them pay. All right. This is why the Trojan War happened. All right. So same kind of area. All right. Not completely, but same situation. The Greeks and the Trojans, because the Trojans were like saying you're going to have to pay if you want to go by the Strait of Dardanelles, whatever that area is. And the Greeks came in and said, we ain't doing it, and we're going to take control. And they did. Right. So that's what we're seeing again. We're seeing that once again, that type of situation. Now, I'm saying that the banks are going to implode. Going to implode, right? Fraudsterish stuff going on, and same kind of craziness that happened 2008, 2009, financial crash back then. No one was held accountable, right? So you have criminals that are, doing fraud in the banking industry, and the whole world economy in 2008 almost seized up. And those of us that are pointing out this fraud now are saying that the situation is much, much more dire than that time frame. So they injected a lot of liquidity into the markets. That was when Bear Stearns went under, and all the banks were like staring at going under as well. So the Federal Reserve came in, pumped the money out. Helicopters went flying all over the place over banks, and they just kicked out bags of money, right? Helicopter, salvation from above. And that's pretty much, they injected the system with lots of cash, and they extended. They didn't fix, they extended what the pain is that's going to come, right? So it is coming. The crash and the seizure of of that system to a great extent is coming. And I think that's it's pretty close, right? Let's see. I'm going to share this. Is that the one that I want to share? Yeah. So let me share this one. And it will give us a better insight of what's coming. Yes, this is what I want to share. All right. So let's listen to Lena Petrova. And she talks about the U.S. shadow banking implosion. 13 billion bank run accelerates turmoil in private credit market. Now, she posted this 5 hours ago, right? So we're going to, it's not the one to actually share. Let me go but see. So I want to show you the one first where she talked about a week ago, this implosion coming. I think this is it. Yes, good. No, it's the same one. What do I have here? Dang it. So I should have one for a week. Come on, where are you at? All right, that's the 5 hours ago. And this is the 7 days ago. Okay, good. I think I have it situated. Sorry to, try and unscrew myself while I'm in the middle of a show, but sometimes it happens. All right. That's not the one I want to share. Hopefully I get the right one this time. All right. So she talks about a week ago, $3 trillion time bomb that's coming. So you see here 7 days ago, private credit crisis has already begun. All right. So she's going to talk about this for just a few seconds. And then I'm going to bring you over to where she talked about just a few hours ago or how it's already here in just 1 week. It accelerated very quickly.
Today, one of the biggest concerns is concentration. Roughly 40% of private credit loans are tied to software companies. And that might have seemed like a safe bet several years ago until artificial intelligence, that is, entered the picture. AI is rapidly disrupting the software industry, challenging business models, compressing margins, and potentially making entire categories of software obsolete. What looked like a growth sector is now becoming a source of systemic risk. That's where the problem begins to cascade, I would say. If software companies start to struggle, which they are already, they may not be able to repay their loans. Estimates suggest default rates could reach 15% and possibly higher if conditions worsen.
All right. So default rates, like she said, 15% or even higher if conditions worsen, and they will. They're going to, right? And so, like again, she was talking about this 7 days ago, right? So this is World Affairs in Context. She's got a lot of subscribers, right? So help her out. She does all the research on her own, and puts this out for free. So buy her a coffee, right? So here it is, next level. Very quickly, very rapidly. So in 7 days, it reached a level where things are already starting to go in the direction she was talking about just a week ago.
A full-blown crisis is unfolding in the private credit world, and the red flags are starting to make people very uneasy. Blue Owl Capital, one of the biggest players in the space, has decided to limit withdrawals from two of its major...
Limit withdrawals. They're stopping the bank run already, guys. It's already happening.
Funds after being hit with an unusually large wave of investors asking for their money back. And this is not a small spike by any stretch of imagination. This is the kind of surge that puts the entire industry on notice. Private credit has grown into a $1.8 trillion market, and it has become a major part of the U.S. financial system. It has become an integral part. When this bubble pops, and I am saying when because it is just a matter of time, when the bubble pops, it will ripple through the entire economy. In its largest fund, investors at Blue Owl Capital requested to withdraw about 22% of the total assets in just 3 months during the first quarter of 2026. Now, altogether in the private credit sector, investors they attempted to pull out around $13 billion during the first quarter of this year, and they actually received less than half of that amount. So the majority of them couldn't even get their money back. In its smaller tech-focused fund.
All right, so who got the wave off? I had a dream about this actually, where I was trying to get my money out of the bank, and they let me get my money out for whatever reason. But I saw that many other people were not able to get their money out. And then they're like, there was somebody going, okay, you, and then they would get their money out, and then tons of other people wouldn't get their money out. And then it was like, okay, you. And so they were being choosy who got their money, right? I don't know why they would be choosy with me, because I'm not really anybody in that system. But for whatever reason, that's to make the point, I guess, in the dream. Some people were getting their money back, and some people were not. So this is, do you want to like take the chance that you will be the one person? Because I remember this back during 2008, guys. You might remember it too. They limited how the level of withdrawals, I think, per day. You could only get a couple hundred, you know, out at one time. And I was traveling overseas. I needed to get more money out. So there were, because I needed to, like, you know, sustain myself when I went on these trips overseas, because there was no money for us. You brought your own money, you paid for your own food, and then they reimbursed you for paying for your own food. So, you know, this is, so I got limited. I was limited. And I think somehow what I did is I was going to the bank, you know, every day, and over a period of time, again, because I was, you know, kind of ahead of the situation. I'd heard that they had locked down, you know, how much you could withdraw. And then I just, every day, I'd withdraw what I could, my limit. And I would go argue with the tellers, and they were like, we can't get away from it. And, you know, it was like, it was Navy Federal Credit Union. That was my bank at the time. And they just weren't having it. They didn't care. Oh, you're a veteran, you're a Navy SEAL veteran. I didn't use that, of course, but, you know, they don't care, guys. They're going to decide, you know, who gets their money, and probably a lot of people won't. All right. So that's we're on the cliff side. We're about ready to get pushed off. Right. I'm not, I'm good. I've anticipated this for quite some time. I'm already positioned to do okay. I don't know how long this is going to last, but, you know, you need to position yourself so you can, you know, we've talked about this, be ready for at least several months, you know, have enough cash to, you know, survive several months, and gold and silver, you can translate that into cash or whatever, or use that for bartering. You know, you don't know. You don't know what's coming, guys. All right. So you're probably, well, that won't happen in America. Let me show you some place where it did happen and why it happened. So a big explosion in Lebanon. You guys might remember this, but this explosion went off. Remember that train that had all that ammonium nitrate that disappeared off the train, and they still haven't found it after several years. Right? So we don't know where it's at. It just leaked out. It just leaked out. You know, while it was just going along, it kind of like vibrated, and, you know, there was a seal that got broken from the train vibrating, and it just leaked out. Right? It's just gone. Right? So that's a lot. That's a lot of ammonium nitrate. And let me show you what happens when because I used to do this myself, right? When I was doing demolitions and putting demolition charges together. This is Beirut. Because I'd been to Beirut, and I knew the politics of Beirut, and I figured I knew what kind of happened. So I'm not going to talk about it here, so I don't want to get this video taken down. Again, because that video got taken down. I did a 3-hour presentation. I went into so much detail on that. It had, you know, close to 1 million views, and then it got bye-byed, right? So watch what happens.
6 p.m. local time on Tuesday, the 4th of August. An explosion ripped through Beirut's port. People in Lebanon's capital had earlier spotted a large fire at the port, billowing dark smoke into the air. There were reports that a warehouse containing fireworks had caught fire. And several videos of the scene showed colored flashes in the flames. Videos from the scene suggest there was one smaller explosion. And then roughly 30 seconds later, this enormous shock. The blast struck with the force of a 3.5 magnitude earthquake. This was the aftermath. Windows shattered in buildings across the city and damaged cars on the roads near the port. This is where the explosion happened. 4 kilometers away, in the St. Maroun Church, a priest and his congregation were...
All right, so there's been a lot of videos on that. You can go check that out if you missed that somehow back in the 2020, right? August 5th, just before the lockdowns came, right? So it was around October. I started seeing some anomalies in China, and I started kind of like throwing some videos out there. There's some strange stuff going on, and I did that through November, December, like maybe one a week. I'm just like watching this, guys. It doesn't look good. And then in January, I went full every day. All right. And then we had the lockdown after that. So this was, somebody came in and blew that place up because there were some illegal activities going on underground. Right. So I just have to leave it at that. But now in this one, I think it was like 141, but they say here at least 130 were killed and thousands were injured. So this was not too long after the actual blast. Now you're like, why are you bringing that up? What does it have to do? Yeah, we're at war. There's things being blown up, but that's far away from me. That's far away from me. I don't care. All right. Kind of like, the Australians, getting shut down. I couldn't warn them. So yeah, we're all connected, guys. So if you see some problem in one area, it's eventually going to affect all of us, kind of like what's going on in the Middle East, because they move a lot of fertilizer through that area. And that fertilizer is not going to get out to the rest of the world. Food problems are coming. All right. So after that Lebanon blowed up thingy, right? The people were like not too happy with, maybe they saw my video and figured out what was happening. So they were not too happy with their government, and their government would stand down. So what do? They made gallows and with hangman nooses, and they put it outside of where their government offices were. And then the government all resigned. Right. That's good enough. We're good. We're out. Okay. You wanted us to go? Okay. Yeah. So they went. All right. But things didn't get better. Unfortunately, things did not get better. Things got gradually much worse, unfortunately. All right. So kind of like the financial collapse, they're like, well, we'll just take the money. Because the Rothschilds had a huge bank there in Lebanon. How about that? So Lebanese depositors resorted to robbing banks to access their frozen savings due to the country's severe financial crisis, with some using weapons or threats to withdraw their own money. These incidents increased since 2022. So there was basically Lebanese pound lost significant value, making savings in local currency nearly worthless. So the longer that money stayed in that bank, the more worthless it became. Kind of like what we're probably going to see with the dollar pretty soon. And that's why you want to have silver, right? Banks have imposed strict limits on cash withdrawals, often allowing only minimal amounts, kind of like 2008, right? Many depositors are facing dire financial situations, including job loss, inability to afford basic necessities. All right, so it talks about how people went in and robbed the bank. And so they faced no prosecution, largely due to public sympathy and the legal complexity surrounding the bank's actions, right? Legal experts argue that these robberies may be viewed as acts of self-defense as depositors are attempting to reclaim their own money, right? Just like we're seeing already for that Blue Owl investment group, that the big banks, pumped a lot of money into those because it's kind of like, money laundering, right? So those people in those private investment banking groups, there's been people that have been talking. I've been listening to them for months. Better get your money out of those banks. So now they're seizing that money up. And this is happening in major financial institutions as well. They're restricting withdrawals, and they're even locking down funds so that you won't be able to get the money out for years later. Lebanon. All right. Anyway, now here we go into the main global shutdown and lockdown. So remember how I talked about Australia, right? So here's a gentleman that spent some time in Australia, Buddy Brown, and he's a good old boy, but he's given a good story, kind of like me. I'm just a good old boy that's telling you, look out, it's coming, right? So let's listen to what he has to say, because he's got some friends. He lived in Australia, and he's got some friends that are there. I'm kind of in the same situation. When I went overseas to train with Aussies, I lived there for, a month at a time. I get to, make some good friends. But listen to this.
To go, the link is below. Top of the Monday morning, y'all. Hope you're doing good. This is not a fear video. If you're scared, that's on you. We have God, and that's all I need to even say about that. Ranger ain't scared. Why should you be? Look, the fuel crisis in Australia is getting pretty crazy. And the thing you need to know about Australia is 90% of Australia's fuel comes from Asia, while they get it from, you guessed it, the Middle East. But what happened? Like back in the 1970s, Australia produced like over 70% of their nation's fuel. This is exactly why you do not elect these fantasy liberal Green Party people who think, their citizens should suffer and we should live.
All right. So like President Trump is saying, he dimed out all the Democrats and all the Democrat, controlled states. So this is coming for you guys in the Democrat states.
In the fantasy of being green. It just don't work. Now, my friends down in Melbourne where I lived, they're all telling me that most grocery stores there still have a bunch of food and they're pretty much good. But in the rural areas down there in Australia, look, they're suffering. And a cyclone just came through. It didn't make anything a whole lot better. But they're starting to hear now some rumors. And rumors can be just rumors, but I'm just going to tell you what they're saying down there in Victoria right now. What I'm hearing from my friends is very soon. And there's ideas floating that they could even be saying, we're going to reduce your fuel to like $40 every single time you fill up, just to keep like emergency reserve.
All right. So I bring Australia to the light because I say that, from my experience, what happens in Australia comes to the rest of the world. But it is already happening throughout the world, these lockdowns, and they're telling people just stay at home, because you're not going to have the fuel. So we're only going to let you have so much fuel. This is already happening in several places around the world.
Right. So here's the viral video I'm going to show you here of a couple girls in Australia. They're walking into a grocery store, and this is just wild. You got to watch it.
So Sienna and I have just come to Coles to literally get popcorn. And look, there's nothing. Look at the shelves here in Darwin. What the? This is literally, there's nothing. Oh, yeah, some lemons.
And she's actually laughing. I can see people acting the same way here over in America, especially like on day one.
Yeah, I was telling people that you're going to be wearing masks when you go into the store soon. And I got laughed at. You got laughed at a lot. All right. Don't laugh at me, guys, please. All right. This is damn serious.
We don't know when day one is. That's always the problem. But this is, my psych background, this is what we call classic cognitive dissonance. And it's just kind of funny until it ain't. right? So I will note this, that this video was taken during a cyclone when it came through and the trucks just couldn't get to the areas of the grocery stores. So I don't want to make the claim that this is all of Australia and can do some kind of spook video on y'all or something like that. But I do think, here's what I do think. I think it's absolutely crazy to see the start of this and act like it can never touch you, because that's how people get in trouble. I mean, will you be laughing in 20 days? I don't know. I mean, y'all can drive on the left side of the road all you want down there, but the food still shows up on the right side of reality. I mean, there's no fuel for delivery trucks. And once it gets worse down there, no fuel means no groceries every single time. This goes back to show that when you spend years and years and years trying to make it harder for people who actually produce the food to survive, eventually they stop. And when they do stop, the shelves don't argue. They just go empty. That's not bad luck. That's just math. So if you're taking a look at it, you got like one of the biggest and most wildest places on earth with some of the most dangerous animals on earth. And somehow the most dangerous place ended up being your grocery store because there ain't nothing in it. Where I lived down there was actually Victoria, Australia. And I don't know if you know about Victoria, Australia, but they had some of the harshest.
Looked like they were seizing maybe biological and maybe nuke, but they were definitely doing the biological seizing because when you're in the military, especially at the Tier 1 level, SEAL Team 6 Delta guys, we are very much trained in to go after the biologicals and the nukes, the weapons of mass destruction. And so if it does happen in the United States, which it has been, then those guys are sent out to seize it. And they did it in California, right? California, where in California, you're going to see the lockdowns begin, right? You will see the lockdowns begin in California, the left coast, right? So we saw it in Sleepless in Seattle. Magically, it spread all the way to New York and the rest of the world, or the rest of the country. So this, obviously, because California was a major producer of gasoline through their refinery systems, this is going to hit California, right? So they're not going to get the fuel like they've been doing because of just like he was talking about in Aussie land. They have, decided that they know better than the people, and they're going to make everything green. They took away their weapons. They knew better. And then, because now they can't fight back, right? But here in America, we can, right? So how is this going to happen with the fuel crisis? Remains to be seen, but California's already prepped it. California's already prepped it. What other states have already prepped it? Democrat states. We're going to see. We're going to see, guys. But California, in my guesstimation, will probably soon, within the next couple of weeks or so, maybe even sooner, start to ration. And then once they start to ration, they will start to say, don't come to work, right? Don't come to work. Stay at home. Lock yourself at home because we're only going to give out, we're going to ration the gas. You're only going to get so much gas, and that's all you're going to get, right? So then you won't see as many cars on the road, which would be great because traveling in California sucks because of all the traffic. But we're going to see.
So everybody watching in Australia, look, we really are praying for you, but your government screwed this up. So the reason I'm telling y'all this is I don't want you to sit around thinking this is just their problem. This is exactly what happens when liberal pressure builds up long enough to actually pop off, especially in overpopulated cities where, nobody produces anything. Do y'all know how much I worry about New York City all the time? If the trucks can't get in there and it popped off, I think about that all the time. Like, they don't grow nothing in New York City, and you sure ain't going to do it in the middle of. And I'm going to say this too, because I'm sitting here thinking like an Australian, what would I do right now if I was stuck down there?
All right. So he goes on, talks about the kangaroos, and they have more kangaroos than they have people in Australia, but the Aussies don't like kangaroo. I don't know why, because I love kangaroo. I thought I had kangaroo steak, I had kangaroo spaghetti, ground up, kangaroo meat, but they just don't like it, right? But they have everything down there. They have alligator, they have crocodile, whatever they got down there, and snakes, and it's all edible, right? So it's like they can survive, all right, if they have to. And that's what happened in France, when before Napoleon came in. They had mass starvation, and the people went out and started cooking snails, and that's escargot now. So how about that? So I don't know. Maybe Aussies will learn to love kangaroo meat like I do. All right. Anyway, you guys are in the big cities. You're not going to get any kangaroo, any deer, any buffalo, any fish, nothing. Those of you that are in New York, maybe you can go out and spear some fish along the shoreline. But that's gonna go bye-bye pretty quick too. I don't know. We're gonna see. It could be like what was that one movie where they locked down New York, and Snake Plissken was a guy that came in, escaped from New York. It's going to be, we've been kind of like joking about that for years. That's going to come for New York, but I think it also could come for LA. Yeah, so we'll see. All right, so again, like I said, it's not just the Aussies, guys. So even in Europe. So here is a German that is a survivalist, and she's got great videos. If you might want to watch some of her videos where she talks about how to survive if things go bad. So Survival Lily. So watch what she has to say.
Europeans will have to buy very expensive gas, natural gas. The International Energy Agency is already warning of an energy catastrophe in 6 weeks if oil shipments are not resumed. The expert warns that the war could drag on. Fuel lockdown looms. OPEC is forging a secret plan. Fuel may no longer be sold at some gas stations after Easter. Apparently, OPEC is already secretly working on a rationing plan. The situation on the energy market is dramatic. The Strait of Hormuz was blocked overnight, and the war in Iran could be prolonged with ground troops. Refineries in the Persian Gulf are already shut down, and some are damaged. Restarting them will take months even after the war ends. Around Easter, petrol stations in rural areas could suspend sales. For now, dealers can sell what they have in stock that will be exhausted in a few days, but from then on, it might no longer be profitable for many gas stations operators to sell diesel or premium gasoline. Usually,
boom. So again, Green New Deal stuff in Europe. Of course, they destroyed the pipeline that Russia had built, and so long term, guys, these guys think and they move and they operate long term. All right. So this is something that's probably been in their plan for a long time, and Trump hurried up the process, take them off, potentially take them offline, but it looks like it got sabotaged. We could have possibly seen a peace agreement, but it looks like it's been blown up. Right. So will they be able to start another one and do some workarounds? Are the Israeli Nazis, the Rothschild, group going to come in and find out about it and sabotage it? It's highly possible, right? So let's look at if you're worried about your taxpayer dollars in Europe and the United States, don't worry, because they're going to Kazakhstan to basically make it capable for the 200 fallen angels to have a nice place to come and hang out, and we'll look at this, right? So like, what? Yeah. I've been watching this for years, and I was like, no, at some point people are going to find out about this and it's going to stop. But it just seems to be going on and getting worse.
$50 billion is how much money we spent building a pyramid in a city on the other side of the planet. It's called Astana, Kazakhstan. And the pyramid that we built is in the middle of it, right in the heart of the city. It houses 200 delegates. And ironically, there are 200 fallen angels. But if you click inside that building, you can go to the boardroom, which has a round table where all 200 delegates get to meet. And
see how high the ceilings are there? That's, those fallen angels are pretty big. So
If you disagree with them, there's a hole right there in the middle of the table, and you can see all the way down to the floor of reconciliation. And I guess that's the hole of peace. And that's next on the trumpet. The United States were some of the first people to even invest their money there. This is just one of many buildings they built. Circular 200-seat chamber for world religion meetings. Chapter 3 of the Book of Enoch, Fallen Angels, tells you all about the 200 angels that descended onto Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon is where that happened. And if you go to the Book of Enoch, you can see that those 20 names that it mentioned right underneath that verse, they were leaders of tens. So there were 200 people that descended right here on top of Mount Hermon. And the United Nations decided this is right where we need to build a base, on the 33rd degree parallel. These people right here, and he will gather the nations. And no, I'm not talking about the Pope. Look at that logo right there. That's quite simply the 33rd degree. That logo shows the earth divided by 8 sections, and each section is divided by 4 other sections. 8 times 4 is 32, and the center section makes the 33rd. There's a lot of people on that same page. Now you're going to start seeing that 33 show up everywhere, like in the buttons on his cloak. They represent the years of Jesus's life. The 33rd degree is where Jesus transfigured in front of the disciples. The 33rd degree is where the Masons built the Tower of Babel out of bricks. And yes, if you work with bricks or stones, you are considered a Mason. Charleston, South Carolina, home of the Masons. I love that these guys think that they are the oldest fraternity of men. You're not the oldest fraternity of men that swore an oath. That was the fallen angels. And they called it Mount Hermon because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. That book is in the Library of Congress. And this book is right on my shelf for all of us to read. And in the Sermon on the Mount, these are Jesus's words right here. Verse 33, in case you weren't paying attention. Again, ye have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. The men of old time are spoken of right here in Genesis chapter 6 under the wickedness of the world. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. Jesus goes on in the book of Matthew and says, but I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne. Swearing in on the Bible now has a whole new meaning for me. And when they take the oath of office, well, this ought to be great. These are all Jesus's words in red. Right there. Did we really pay $50 billion for a pyramid on the...
All right, so 50 billion, and there's been a lot more put there. You should go look at that Kazakhstan. I've been looking at it for years, and they're building quite the city there. Hardly anybody in it, so I guess at some point they're going to occupy it, right? Or at least that's their plan. So, you know, it's the nations of the earth are sending a lot of money there, and they're building a fantastic city there. And I think it's going to be a place that they're never going to make it to, right? So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how we have any, bearing on that. Now, California, stealing land. So not only are there, the environmentalists that are there helping to burn down California, because there are certain, ET groups, reptilian, that don't like a lot of oxygen, right? So they try to burn down a lot of forest all over the world, right? So they want the oxygen level a lot lower. And so they're moving in that direction. Of course, we have the environmentalists that are saying, no, we can't, clear the brush and so forth because it's not natural. Well, the American Indians that basically used to, manage this land, the entire land, and there were massive forests all over that have been cut down all across America. Once the white man came and basically the bad white men, right, came and basically started to kick them out, put them on reservations, and steal the land. So it is what it is now. I don't see it going back to where it was anytime soon. Garden of Eden can happen here in America, can happen very quickly, but not if we have these crazy Democrat liberals that are running the show. So they're stealing our land. One way they steal our land is to continue to raise property taxes to the point where people can't afford it anymore. Another way, of course, as we've seen, is they burn us out of our land with directed energy weapons, like they've done in California multiple times, all up and down California, and also in Lahaina in Australia or Hawaii. So these burnings have happened all over the world as well, right? It's not just limited to America. They burn. I pointed this out in multiple shows for years now. All right, so this is a shady land grab just in one area, but this is happening all across our country. These shady land grabs by politicians.
How is one California county using cannabis and grainy satellite images to extort millions from homeowners? This is Doug and Corrine Thomas. They run an autism nonprofit, but are mostly retired. In 2021, they moved to Humboldt County after their home burned down in the LA County wildfires. And 6 days later, their dream property turned into a nightmare. The county sent a letter saying this barn was built without a permit and prior owners did use it for growing weed. So they had 10 days to demo the barn or face fines of $12,000 per day. And ignoring the letter would result in a $900,000 lien placed on their property, which could then be sold at a tax sale. But the Thomases were confused. Their home had a clean title. How is this possible? Well, Humboldt County is part of the Emerald Triangle. For decades, it's been a hotspot for OG growers. And after California went legal, the county wanted its cut. So they created an environmental response team to supposedly protect a sensitive ecosystem. In reality, it was used to weed out black market growers and incentivize them into the legal industry. They'd use old grainy satellite images to look for unpermitted development, like barns and greenhouses, grading, and even the removal of too many trees, because those things must mean you're growing weed. However, in Humboldt, people have developed property and lived off the land without permits for generations. But the county didn't care. They had a quota to meet. 50 permit violations a week. And because those were connected to cannabis, they became a Category 4 offense, which was actually 3 separate violations, meaning more money for the state. But new homeowners like the Thomases had no idea about any of this. Even though the county was required to report title violations, they hadn't. For years, if people did challenge the penalties, the county took literally 4.5 years to even schedule a hearing. Now, most people would assume you could just get a permit and solve the problem. But the county said, nope. They want property owners to return the land to its original condition. For the Thomases, this meant $200,000 to remove the barn, which might not even be possible because it's surrounded by protected old growth forest. The only way out of this ordeal? To settle. The county wanted the Thomases to falsely admit growing weed, waive any right to trial, allow the government access to their land forever, demo the barn.
All right, so they did grow weed. And so they're wanting them to admit that they did grow weed, falsely admit, so they could settle and pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's extortion. It's unbelievable, what's going on. And this is just one example, guys, all across America. And they're manufacturing reasons and ways to seize people's land, especially in California, right? And I have another friend that's starting to face some of that as well. So, Alberta, Texas of the North, will we have a new neighbor soon? Are they going to break free? It looks like they're right on the verge of breaking free from Canada. It says America is about to have a new neighbor with oil, cattle, and common sense. An independent Alberta, the Texas of the North, right? So if you didn't know where Alberta was, There it is. So why would they want to break free from Canada? Canada takes their oil profits because they have rich, very rich oil sands. Remember, they had a pipeline that came down from Alberta, and Joe Biden, President Trump, got it going fast, and then Biden came in and shut it down first day. So they have a lot of oil sands, a lot of oil, and a lot of other great, wealth in Alberta. And what do they do in Ottawa? They take that wealth and they distribute it, like the communist Marxists that they are. And Alberta doesn't get hardly any of it. Wow. Imagine, like most of us already know, that we work our asses off and we get a pittance, and somebody else gets that money, like the state and the government, and on and on and on. So stealing our money, they've been doing it for decades now. And, we had a revolution to stop that taxation by unfair or no representation. And now we're back at it worse than ever before, right? So we're in another revolutionary war at this point. Now, many worry Hollywood will soon resemble Detroit after the fall of the auto industry. Hollywood is in big trouble, and everybody can feel it now. So we know that a lot of craziness has come from Hollywood. There's just been an overwhelming number of Hollywood actors and actresses that have died over the last several years. Just amazing. More than at any time ever. They won't do a study on that, but I can tell you, I've been watching it. A lot of my favorites in the past are gone, and they were healthy. There's no reason for them to go on. So now they pushed it, and then after they pushed it, they started coming after Trump, try to tear him down. And people just got tired of it. It's like, if you guys are going to do this, we're not going to watch your movies anymore, because they thought that they could lecture us and that we would listen because Hollywood was Hollywood. Everybody followed Hollywood. Everybody loved the Hollywood stars. Not anymore, right? So now Hollywood is falling. And all across the country and the world, people are going to do their movies instead of Hollywood. Again, thanks to the administration, political administration, Gavin Newsom and his crew in Sacramento, right? So it's all basically going downhill very, very fast. All right, so it says, thanks to Gavin, one of the largest industries in the state has been limping along for a while now. When people are asking where the jobs went, the fat lady has started to sing. The numbers tell the story, and the slowdown is fast and furious, pun intended, right? So they came after the things that we revere, freedom. Right? So they told us to lock down as well. I remember eating, and I would eat very slowly so that I could keep my mask off. And if I showed any sign of, not wearing my mask, the stewardesses were, self-appointed and probably pushed into being Nazis, right? We saw this in supermarkets all over the world. It's 11/11 where I'm at right now. So angelic numbers. So we know that if they came after, and I remember seeing like some businesses where they would come in because they wouldn't do the woke shit. They would come after those businesses and try and take them down, the liberals. And then we got wind of it, and we made those companies rich, right? So, and then those companies that tried to do woke on us, they went broke, right? So that process is going to continue. We're going to see Hollywood collapse, and probably, unfortunately, all of California collapse, because that's already been built in. The tsunami is already coming, and there's no way to stop it. All right, guys. So that's the alert. get ready for a global shutdown and banking collapse. It's coming, right? Now it's a TikTok type of situation. When will it happen? I wouldn't wait around for it. I start prepare now, right? And you're going to start to see it. When you start to see it really starting to pick up speed in other areas, it might be too late, right? All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
Things are coming to a head, and I need to be here on the spot. There's a lot of high-level negotiations going on in the background. As you know, Donald Trump will be coming to Japan next week, and then he'll be meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping also next week, next Thursday. And things are not going to be the same after all this. The Chinese have really started to play hardball, and they're holding a lot of cards. By cutting off rare earth metals starting November 1st, basically they're going to shut down most of the semiconductor industry and defense industry and a lot of and the automobile industry. As well as that, now they're cutting off the supply of semiconductors needed for automobile manufacturing. So basically, things are going to grind to a halt in the West. And for Trump to say, I'm going to raise tariffs on China, it's nonsense. It's like some guy who's been going to a bar and not paying his tab, and they say, well, if you don't pay your tab, you can't buy any more beer here. You're going to have to bring cash. And then he says, oh, well, I'm going to boycott your bar. No, you're being kicked out because you haven't been paying your bills. So any attempt to keep the current U.S. government and that whole horror show of reality TV actors and, you know, Gaza genocide and all that kind of stuff, and then blowing up ships, this is not the kind of behavior that the rest of the world wants to see or continue. What is being demanded now is a complete regime change in North America. That includes Canada and the United States and, of course, the West. So all the blackmailed pedophiles from Starmer in the UK, Macron in France, and the fake Trump in the U.S. have to go. And the other thing we're demanding is a jubilee. That is a complete cancellation of all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets. Return the money that was stolen from the people through central bank fraud. This is the demands we'll be making, and the Asian societies support this, and they hold the cards. I just don't see what they expect to accomplish if they want to keep the current system going. Now, also, Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, she's off to a good start. She's going to start deporting a lot of the criminal foreigners who were brought in as a part of a social destabilization project that's happening in all the G7 countries, Canada, the United States, Europe. You know, you're bringing in military age foreign males to cause trouble. It's just not, it's not going to be tolerated anymore, and that's what I'm hearing. Now, I think the cabal voted against Takaichi, Prime Minister Takaichi, because she got into office and she has a 71% popular support, but the Nikkei stock market went down 666 points. So the Satanists voted against her. But, you know, at the end of the day, they don't really control very much. So things will be coming to a head. And the other thing that's been on my radar is there was talk about Donald Trump meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it's interesting that the Russian official TASS news agency says that the talks are still going to go ahead, while CNN and the Western media is reporting it's going to be canceled. And it's clear the Russians are aware there was a fake Trump and a real Trump, and that they're still going to go ahead and have talks with the real Trump. However, I've been told by U.S. military intelligence sources that there was a plan to somehow arrest Vladimir Putin when he went to Hungary, even though the Hungarian government promised he won't be. So that's an unresolved issue. Again, we're dealing with very desperate, cornered rats, and they're going to pull out all the stops. But clearly, things are not going to be business as usual. I've also, I'll send you, or you'll see this video here of people demanding the arrest of Bill Gates, playing the role of Bill Gates. The point of being that we should not have some Bill Gates type character controlling that huge medical poison industry, which is what the case is now. I mean, remember, he was the guy who financed the WHO and their attempt to turn this planet into a giant slave farm with their digital ID and with their, and have governments hand over all power to him. And this is not going to happen. So that's all coming apart as well. And I've been in touch also with British intelligence, and they're with us. They're on the program for the replacement of the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, with new, healthier institutions that actually work for the people, that try to plan a better future, try to make this a better planet. Again, the other point is U.S. military salaries may or may not bounce today. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. But my message to the U.S. military and the White Hats is that if you want to get your paychecks, you're going to have to get off your asses and seize all the corporations that are controlled by State Street and Banking, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Take control of the transnational corporations away from the inbred Swiss group that controls it, the pharaonic bloodlines who have been trying to turn this entire planet into a giant prison. This is not going to be allowed to continue. So again, things are going to be coming to a head between now and November 1st. I'll probably provide more updates if I get information, but right now we're all waiting for the big meetings next week. And if it's the fake Trump who shows up in Japan and to meet Xi Jinping, he'll return empty-handed. If it's the real Trump, he's going to have to agree to a jubilee and a complete revamp of the system. We don't want to continue the U.S. corporate government as it is. We don't want to have reality TV actors pretending to be our leaders while the true powers stay in the shadows. This is not going to be allowed anymore. And the other thing is, we're not going to let them start any more wars so they can harvest children for adrenochrome, enslave women, and for the organ trade, all that kind of stuff. They're quite desperate now because these people do require human sacrifice to get the energy they need to keep their systems going. And with the war in the Ukraine basically over and the slaughter in Gaza being strongly curtailed, they're trying very hard now to start a new sort of war in Venezuela. But again, that's not going to work. This planet has a satanic infestation. There can be no doubt about it. And a lot of the Western leaders are basically blackmailed by these Satanists. They have to be removed. So, again, it's going to be a crucial time. I have some meetings scheduled with Japanese right-wingers and Asian secret society types, and I'll know a lot more after these meetings. But there is a general consensus that enough is enough, and we have to bring things to a head finally. So, again, nothing's happening yet, but it's all about to happen, and it's going to be big. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems to skirt FEC rules as if APEC can back-channel and fund politicians using something called Democracy Engine LLC. Do you know what this is, and have you considered this funding source when reporting on the USA bankruptcy?
They have something like 70,000 different non-government organizations that they use to do all sorts of social manipulation. I'm sure that's one of them, although I don't know the details of that one. The other thing they do to launder their funny money and to control societies, they control religious cults, the Mormons, the all sorts of different cults that the Christian Zionists, and here in Japan they have several different cults that they have been using. What they do is basically they use the religion, tax-free religion, as a vehicle to give money to people who they think they can manipulate society on their behalf. All of that needs to be shut down, including the one you just mentioned, although, again, I don't know the details. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. What if the Kirk event was staged and he's not dead? Old Demogard has found it resembles too many other staged events. I agree there are too many Trumps. I don't understand why, if the fakes exist in real time, why surrounding staff and or the real Trump doesn't announce the issue the same way that Trump denounced the 2020 election steal. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, as far as the Charlie Kirk thing is going, I have been told by some sources that he's alive in a military base, and that it's hard to tell. Maybe there's wheels within wheels, and the white hat staged the fake assassination to ruin Israel's reputation, but it blew up in their faces. We just don't know. But what the point is, we don't want to have this sort of reality TV like events, street theater stage to try to manipulate us. That's not how we're supposed to run a government. The government's supposed to listen to what the people want and then try to figure out how to make that happen. It shouldn't be, staging an event to make everyone go off to war or something, which is what's going on now. That whole system needs to be shut down. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the real Trump against the AI robotics takeover of humanity, against the digital ID? We are in a human extinction event if this isn't stopped. The AI job apocalypse is starting to accelerate the U.S. economy. The UK government is trying to force digital ID on its citizens.
The problem with all this digital ID stuff is that there is something out there known as physical reality, and it is above and beyond the AI or digital ID. It's sort of, the story of King Midas is a good example of how this, or analogy of how this works. King Midas was granted one wish, and what he wished for was that everything he touched turned to gold. And what happened was he couldn't eat it. Digital ID, all that digital stuff, it's not real. You can't eat it. It's just numbers. And as long as the underlying reality, physical food, physical metal, all that kind of stuff exists, no matter what they try, it's not going to work. Basically, what's happened is the West has lost the material war. They don't produce, their industry is hollowed out. They have to borrow from the rest of the world to get their foodstuffs or their material, and they can't pay for it. And they're trying to use digital as a way to, pretend they're not going to pay their debts. I've been told there's a plan to take all U.S. debt, put it in the cloud, and then disappear it. But that's not going to work. The Asians are saying, hand over physical gold and silver, and they don't have it. They've jacked up the price of gold desperately to try to get people to sell their jewelry so they can have enough gold to pay off the Chinese. It's not working. And it's, but yeah, the fact that the current Western oligarchs are spending all, future investments on building these giant data centers means that they are the enemies of the people, and they are trying to create a digital prison, but it's going to fail. AI isn't working. It can't fact check. It can't confirm the real world. Real companies in the real world can't use it. The thing's a giant hallucination, and it's going to fail. But they're desperately trying to do that. But again, I tell you, it's not going to work. And as far as the real Trump and the fake Trump are concerned, what I've been told is there's a very serious battle raging, and neither side is strong enough to put down the other side as of yet. But I think that will change once the Chinese really do cut off industry, and they will force the military to, get rid of all these satanic oligarchs, or else they won't get their paychecks. If they do, arrest these people, then yeah, the U.S. military will be working to help save the planet, which is the job they're supposed to be doing in the first place. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another question in addition to digital ID. In your opinion, is digital ID what the Bible refers to as, quote, the mark of the beast in Revelations, where individuals without the mark will be hunted and unable to buy or sell goods?
It is very clear that there is a very powerful group centered around Israel and then Switzerland who did want to implement a mark of the beast type control. And I know this is very linked closely to Barack Obama and that whole Hitler branch of the Khazarian mafia. So yeah, I think there is a group which they used to be known as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Now we call them the Khazarian mafia, who did want to implement mark of the beast control. And Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, is definitely part of that because he bought, that property on Fifth Avenue, 666 Fifth Avenue, if I'm not mistaken, where they had the Lucent Technologies, which is Lucifer Technologies, brain chip research. So yeah, it's these are the people who are behind it, but it's going to fail. They're not going to succeed because people are aware of it and they're revolting. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. With respect to the rigged election in Japan, the corruption is obvious, and there is a rumor that the Komeito party is the main actor in the election manipulation. Please inform us about what you know about who the main actors of the election manipulation are in Japan.
Well, up until now, the Komeito were the people who did a lot of the actually dirty work. They had their believers come in and fill countless paper ballots, fake ballots, and they were send them out, putting up election posters and all that kind of stuff. But the Komeito withdrew its support from Sanae Takaichi, and they're not as powerful as they used to be. I'm still, I'm waiting to see what happens with this new regime. Again, I just got back like yesterday to Japan, so I haven't met any people to try to get more information. But I know that Japan is something has clicked, and it's not going to be business as usual. And this Soka Gakkai cult is not going to be subcontracting control of Japan for the Satanists anymore. That's for sure. But the elections have been fake since the end of World War II. Basically, what happened was when the United States landed in Japan after the war, they called in the Prime Minister Tojo of the wartime government and said, look, you can stay on as Prime Minister, but you'll be taking orders from us. And he said, no, I can't do that. That's treason. And so he was executed as a war criminal. And they kept doing that until they found Abe's grandfather, who said, yes, okay. And ever since then, the prime ministers in Japan have just been reading scripts handed to them by the Americans. But the people who are in charge of this are dead now, and everything's in flux. So I think something fundamental has clicked in Japan, but I'll know more over the coming days as I have meetings. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be a lot more to talk about then because Trump will be here, and we'll know more about if it's the real Trump or the fake Trump, and if the U.S. is going to have a hard landing or if they're going to announce a jubilee and a reboot. I've got some very important intelligence sent to me by a very high-level source of mine. This is someone who personally knows Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the original Donald Trump. Now, here's the message that they want to convey to the world. The original Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping, all three originals, work together behind the scenes towards peace and harmony. They all use doubles and avatars for security. Unfortunately, the deep state are using their own body doubles and avatars. The battle for control of the world is in the final stage now. This is the global alliance for the benefit of humanity versus the satanic dark side that wants to kill off as many living beings as possible, not just humans. You know the deep state fake Trump by his continual support of Israel, as well as his continued vacillating on almost every issue. You will know which Trump goes to Japan when you see him and his actions. Melania will join the real Trump. A fake Melania may join the fake Trump. It will be fairly easy to differentiate between them. The three original leaders are scheduled to meet privately before December 15th and at an undisclosed location. There will not be any public disclosure, totally off the record. That's it. Okay, I just thought it was important to get that out there. And I couldn't read the message and record my face at the same time. All right, anyway, I hope to see.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, on Tuesday, 31st of March it was revealed that Putin's real reason for starting a war in Ukraine was not so much to regain territory taken away by a Nazi uprising in 2013 to 2014 as he first claimed. Long ago Edward Snowden gave us the terrifying warning that the Satan-worshipping Chinese Communist Party was involved with the Illuminati. China had not only built, but was implementing the blueprint for total control of the world's population. In China, AI ruled cities such as Shanghai and Beijing and tracked the lives of its citizens 24/7. Locations, visits, waste disposal, steps taken and rule compliance were all monitored. Every purchase, message and movement of a person was fed into algorithms that decided an individual's personal future. In the West, the Illuminati deep state globalist cabal, in cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party, have long been executing this social control disguised as progress in their New World Order vision of digital IDs and AI control. It was a matter of human freedom versus machine submission, where algorithms decided everything. AI surveillance, social scoring and digital IDs threatened freedom everywhere. Break a rule and your score plummeted with no appeal, only the algorithm ruling over your existence. If you didn't comply, you had no travel, no job, no services, no money, no food, no life. In the New World Order, AI had complete control over society. That's the real enemy Trump and the Q movement were fighting. Meanwhile, ex-president and Illuminati cabal puppet Barack Obama continued to fight for deep state dominance and against Trump and individual freedoms. Deep beneath the carved faces of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt on Mount Rushmore, a vast tunnel network, now confirmed by intelligence insiders, stretches hundreds of miles and runs straight into Barack Obama's fortified Kalorama mansion in Washington, D.C. Trump recently announced on Telegram that his global military alliance had arrested former U.S. President, and Illuminati puppet, Barack Obama as a foreign operative. He was charged with high treason, subversion and crimes against the Republic in a military court that had reactivated the Nuremberg Code. And, Trump's global military alliance battle continued onward this past weekend. One of the cabal's core financial strongholds, a Rothschild/Rockefeller operation, was shut down in one overnight break-in. A subterranean vault was accessed that contained massive reserves of gold. Access locked. Gold and securities confiscated. All assets frozen. Special forces arrested over 50,000 high-level globalist traders for a trip to Gitmo. All within a total blackout. No press release. No public response. The next step was the Illuminati deep state cabal-owned Federal Reserve, a private banking cartel, not a true government body. It was set up in secrecy in 1913 and answered to no one but the Illuminati. On orders of the Illuminati, Fed Chairman Powell dictated economic policy without oversight or votes from the people. It's a corrupt system that was failing big time because it has always been upside down. They printed money with no limit, no backing, out of thin air, and the American taxpayer has been paying the price with inflation and uncontrollable debt. Months ago, Trump switched the Federal Reserve to be under the U.S. Treasury. With the demise of the U.S. Incorporated's fiat Federal Reserve dollar and Trump's release on April 1 of the global currency reset and the new gold-backed USD note, it's likely we'll see the Fed's demise also. Possible timing. On February 20, 2026, Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. In a historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Signed by President Trump, the act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the global currency reset and Nizara/Jazara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Thursday, April 2, 2026, event that will change the world. Tier 4B to receive emails with toll-free numbers to make redemption appointments. On Friday, April 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." On Friday to Sunday 3-4, 5th of April, the $2,000 tariff dividend checks to go out to U.S. citizens age 18 and older, a monthly event for the next 3 years. Saturday, April 4, 2026, CBS alert, the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on April 4, 2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS emergency broadcast system martial law and mass arrests of pedophiles by the military. Buy food, toilet paper, medicine. This is a real alert. This is not a test. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Monday, 6th of April, Black Swan event. Petrodollar comes to an end. Global financial crash. Prosperity payments and Jazara wealth drops begin. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the global currency reset and Nizara/Jazara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Thursday, April 2, 2026, event that will change the world. Tier 4B to receive emails with toll-free numbers to make redemption appointments. D2s. February 2026, Bruce, the Big Call. All redemption center leaders have signed a new NDA that prevents them from giving out information. Yesterday, 3 sources said we are looking at Thursday, 2nd of April for Tier 4B2 as a kickoff date to receive emails with toll-free numbers to make redemption appointments. If you don't get an email, you can go to the Big Call universe and get the information. On Friday to Sunday 3-4, 5th of April, the $2,000 tariff dividend checks were to go out to U.S. citizens age 18 and older, a monthly event for the next 3 years. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in a global financial system. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, boom. They're changing your money, everything happening right now and why it all lands on July 4th. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, bombshell, U.S. debt clock goes nuclear, Jerome Powell and the Fed busted in infinite money Ponzi operation bleeding America dry. 2s. March 10, 2026, bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn: no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, worldwide blackout incoming. Trump authorizes massive global military operation with EBS activation, thousands of elites set for arrest, Ben Fulford on Telegram. As the world stands on the edge of the greatest awakening ever, President Donald J. Trump has given the final go-ahead for a historic global military operation. This will activate the emergency broadcast system and bring down the entire deep state cabal. Insiders report that starting March 30, 2026, the plan is in full motion to arrest thousands of elites involved in child trafficking and corruption. A massive worldwide blackout is coming within 48 hours. It will last 10 to 12 days with controlled lockdowns. Citizens are urged to stay indoors during specific 5-hour windows each day while special forces carry out the arrests. This is the storm QAnons have been waiting for, the moment justice finally arrives. Trump's loyal military forces have been preparing for years, mapping out underground tunnels and trafficking networks. White hat operators have already rescued countless children from these evil facilities. The deep state is panicking as their empire crumbles. When the EBS activates, all mainstream media will be overridden. The truth about election fraud, big pharma crimes, and elite pedophile rings will flood every screen. Starlink will ensure the broadcasts reach the entire planet. Special forces will strike with precision, taking down corrupt officials and billionaires hiding in bunkers. The global military alliance answers only to Trump. Stockpiles are ready so patriots won't suffer during this transition. This operation will restore true sovereignty. Debts will be wiped out under Nizar/Jazara, borders secured, and the corrupt administrative state destroyed. Rothschild, Clintons, Gates and their allies are finished out. The golden age is here. Hold the line, patriots. The light is winning and victory is ours. A new republic rises now. I Save the Children, Wednesday, April 1, 2026. What kind of school has a cemetery? The Carlisle story they never taught you. Wednesday, April 1, 2026. MKUltra, a guinea pig on X, targeted individuals directed energy weapons and MKUltra CIA whistleblower Kevin Shipp. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, exposed. There is a massive tunnel network under Mount Rushmore running across states. ID connects directly to Obama's D.C. mansion and is active right now in 2026. Mount Rushmore is compromised. Deep beneath the carved faces of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt, a vast tunnel network now confirmed by intelligence insiders stretches hundreds of miles and runs straight into Barack Obama's fortified Kalorama mansion in Washington, D.C. This is the Obama clan's private underground highway, built and expanded on the American taxpayers' dime to give them permanent escape routes, command centers, and supply lines that operate completely outside the reach of Donald Trump and the America First Restoration. J. What we think we know as of Thursday, April 2, 2026, Wednesday, April 1, 2026 CNBC, Obamacare was a gigantic fraud operation for Democrats and insurance companies. 124 healthcare policies tied to one Social Security number, over 59,000 continuing to give subsidies to insurance companies. Money laundering 101 fraud operations lining all their pockets with your taxpayer dollars while you get screwed and extremely high premiums, white hats. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, breaking alert, Trump won't back down, Iran asked for a ceasefire, but we're still blasting them. Wednesday, April 1, 2026 Fox News, Democrats are in full panic mode now that 92% of Biden orders and documents are null and void, due to illegal AutoPen usage. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, Trump crashes the Supreme Court, first sitting president shows up to kill anchor baby citizenship scam. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the Democrats funded the war in Ukraine so that they could funnel the money back into their coffers, you said, and use it to attempt to overthrow the U.S. government. That is exactly what the intercepted intelligence confirmed, and they deliberately hid it from the American people, the rabbit hole. Wednesday, April 1, 2026 Piers Morgan, U.S. Marine veteran demands to know why Israel won't send its own soldiers to fight Iran, and exposes the brutal reality of Israeli settlers in the West Bank. They are the true terrorists. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, medical cover-up collapses, FDA admits ivermectin works, after 3 years of denial and millions dead, FDA finally admits, doctors were right to prescribe ivermectin all along. Wednesday, April 1, 2026 Palm Beach International Airport is now officially President Donald J. Trump International Airport, the White House on Telegram. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, breaking special report. Kash Patel unleashes hell, the deep state panics as list of government gangsters faces justice. On Sunday, March 29, 2026 President Trump announced that Cuba is next and the U.S. will save them. Cuba's going to be next. It's a failing country. It's going to fail, and we will be there to help it out. We'll be there to help our good Cuban Americans out. Dan Scavino on Telegram, government fraud. Wednesday, April 1, 2026 Fox News, big move. Trump orders J.D. Vance to shut down Medicaid, SNAP and SBA after trillions were stolen, payments cut, networks targeted. In a thunderous strike against the deep state's endless cash grab, President Donald J. Trump has issued a direct order placing Vice President J.D. Vance at the helm of a ruthless whole-of-government assault on the fraudulent Medicaid, SNAP, and SBA empires that have bled trillions from American taxpayers into the hands of globalist elites, corrupt NGOs, and criminal cabals. This bold move, signed on March 16, 2026, is already ripping through the heart of the Biden-era slush funds that funneled billions to overseas accounts and shadowy networks tied to election interference. Vance's elite anti-fraud task force stormed into action on March 27, 2026, in the historic Indian Treaty Room, mapping out the takedown of the $2 trillion Medicare-Medicaid beast, the $101 billion SNAP machine, the $100 billion SBA loan pipeline, and the sprawling public housing racket. Treasury, Justice, Agriculture, Labor, HHS, and HUD are now locked and loaded, deploying cutting-edge AI scanners to expose duplicate claims, ghost recipients, and payments to the dead that the old regime deliberately ignored. The deep state's house of cards is collapsing as payments are slashed and entire networks targeted for immediate shutdown. Blue strongholds like Minnesota and California are feeling the heat first. Recall how Feeding Our Future looted nearly $250 million in child nutrition funds through phantom programs and then pivoted to autism services, pulling millions more via bogus billing, money wired straight to real estate empires overseas while American families suffered. The task force has already suspended dozens of providers in Los Angeles and frozen Medicaid reimbursements to Minnesota. This operation is surgically dismantling the globalist architecture that turned entitlement programs into revenue streams for progressive allies and Soros-linked operatives. SNAP's $101 billion black hole, riddled with trafficking and retailer skimming schemes, is being gutted with hardened authorizations. Unemployment insurance, public housing vouchers, and TANF cash flows, long exploited by identity thieves and ineligible recipients, are next on the chopping block as Vance restores work requirements and merciless prosecutions through a new DOJ National Fraud Enforcement Division. Patriots are electrified because this is Trump's America First agenda in full force, reclaiming sovereignty from unelected bureaucrats. Recovered trillions will fuel border security, debt reduction, and rebuilding Main Street. Resistance from legacy media and blue state governors is mounting, yet their own reports prove the real victims were working Americans whose taxes funded the theft. The task force's AI platforms are flagging anomalies in real time, linking fraud rings across programs. Inside connections run deeper than public eyes ever saw, with suppressed data showing hundreds of millions paid to ghost providers tied to political machines in high fraud zones. States refusing to clean house now face withheld matching funds until controls return. And Wednesday, April 1, 2026, over $3 billion has been tied to over 500 groups, with over $294 million already traced to the previous No Kings 2.0 partners and organizers, all funneled through the same Riot-incorporated dark money operations, laundering U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund chaos against President Trump and American conservative citizens. The Chiffon Telegram. George Soros, Bill Gates, Neville Royce Ingham, CCP, and many others are tied to USAID, NGO taxpayer dark money laundering operations that are funding these non-organic engineered protests and violent mobs across the country. Some of these groups include Arabella, $79M Buffett, $16M Ford, $51M Rockefeller, $28M Soros, $72M Tides, $45M Open Society, Gates, This is just a fraction of the groups. Most of these groups branch off into many smaller groups. The amount of connections and domestic terrorist groups already identified calls for a massive RICO investigation to shut down these networks once and for all. Oh, what we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Signs from the heavens for April 2026:2. March 31, 2026, strange trumpet sounds heard around the world, no one has answer. David A. Bednar, the Bible foretold the signs appearing in April. Man dies inside a bus and Jesus reveals flee these 4 cities before Good Friday 2026, NDE. This will happen between April 1st and 5th, 2026, the vision of a child who saw Jesus, April 1st to April 5th, the awakening, April 1st Christ's message of being known and love given to all, April 2nd healings, inspiration inside churches, other church leaders express fear. April 3rd, earthquakes, strange lights, children see angels, April 4th, people come home to Jesus, other closed door to him, April 5th, Easter Sunday light came out of Jerusalem and touched people, I died and Jesus showed me 7 U.S. cities to flee in 2026, NDE story. 8 cities people must leave before summer 2026, advised to move north and west to rescue states which share their resources, Montana, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota, Alaska. April 15, Seattle, Washington 9.2 earthquake, tsunami flood, given less than 30 minutes to evacuate, April 23rd, 25th, 27th earthquakes LA, California, May 15th earthquake liquefaction San Francisco, California. June 9th New York City flood from ocean 15 miles inland. June 7th earthquake Madrid plate liquefaction over thousands of miles along the Mississippi River in Missouri, Tennessee, Arkansas. Nation will be split in two. July 12th floodwaters fires from oil on water Houston, Texas. July the Great Deception digital link track people's health. August 3rd heat wave over Midwest Chicago. September 20th flood Miami. We are in the final stage of the plan to save the world from the Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state cabal, or globalists who for centuries have been working to gain complete control over the world population. A Trump signature on the new gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note replacing the fiat federal dollar, has signaled a return to pre-1913 prosperity, true sovereignty, demise of the deep state cabal's IRS and replacement of the cabal's federal income tax with tariffs. Money and pedophilia were basic to the world's corruption through Satan worship. Way back in March 2010, Georgia Senator Nancy Schaefer was murdered after exposing the government's Child Protective Services pedophile ring, which Trump and the global military alliance has spent the last several years trying to take down. Twos. March 31, 2026, EBS activation in hours, not days. The 10 days of darkness is locked and loaded. EBS activation. Each citizen across the globe will receive texts and or emails as notification to set appointments at redemption centers worldwide. There each citizen would set up their personal wallet or money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Everyone will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. A plea to patriots: help, help, help. DL is a homeless bedridden 48-year-old woman who desperately needs your immediate help. Her SSI income is $600 short to cover her April very small motel room costs, let alone have money for food and essential expenses. She is facing living on the streets in lieu of being moved to a homeless shelter, which is not physically feasible in her health condition. Worst of all, the shelter would require giving up her disabled cat, which she rescued 11 years ago. My cat Monkey is the love of my life. She lays on me 22 hours a day. I could never give her up. She's so attached to me she cries if I'm gone from my bed for more than a few minutes. DL lost her housing a year ago and has been living in a scary part of town in a motel room so small her wheelchair will not fit. She has to crawl between her bed and bathroom. DL's long-term goal, with the help of friends, is to secure a ADA-accessible home on quiet land she can lease long-term or eventually purchase. This is what her GoFundMe fundraiser is for. Only 30% needed has been raised in the last few years, but her situation is urgent and she must handle her current housing crisis until another option is available someday. She is seeking leads for property, housing, or resources in Snohomish County, Washington State, especially Bothell/Canyon Park or Three Lakes, and in King County, Washington, especially Woodinville or Redmond. Please help in any way you can. Donate, share this widely, or send accessible property options, housing leads, or resources. Please send this to any donor contacts, churches, charities, organizations, and anyone else you know who might be able to help. D2s. March 31, 2026 breaking. This reset of the world's financial, medical, judicial, and spiritual systems is a worldwide event about to enter its execution phase. It is the final stage of a plan to save the world from the networks you know as the Illuminati cabal, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. This criminal structure, long alleged to operate through covert channels, is described as having leveraged institutions and black budgets to entrench power via central banks across the globe. Their coercive rights and intimidation tactics have been enforced by mafia-style syndicates that fuel international exploitation, kidnapping, and contraband pipelines. The schedule below is designed to end the seasonal ritualization of harm and to cut off their influence at the root. During this reset, all qualifying adults worldwide will receive financial accounts called wallets on the Starlink satellite network. These wallets will be credited with Jazara funds sourced from assets reclaimed from criminal networks. Worldwide reset of systems, financial, medical, judicial, spiritual at 9 a.m. EST on Monday, March 30, 2026. The Go code posted to the board. At 23:11 Zulu on Tuesday, March 31, 2026, the quantum signal fired from the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Once the EBS master switch is flipped, every TV, radio, and internet channel will consolidate to one secured frequency. On Monday, March 30th, global bank servers entered cyber review. Within 48 hours they will return online under QFS authority. The worldwide emergency broadcast will follow. When your phone chirps 3 short and 1 long, it is live. All devices and platforms will be seized for a unified broadcast. Every eligible citizen will receive Jazara credits in a Starlink wallet. Medbed release Phase 1, codename Horizon Dawn, is scheduled for April 2, 2026. Civilian rollout of medbeds will follow within 72 hours. This operation has been attributed to a long-standing movement that traces its organizing lineage through historic reform efforts and, in recent years, to a global military alliance that has focused on arrests and recovery operations aimed at dismantling criminal networks. Stay prepared. Keep identity documents ready for verification. Maintain a stable phone number and email. When the broadcast arrives, follow the official instructions only. E2s. March 31, 2026 Medmax. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, GCR ignites the gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump's sovereign treasury takes full control from the cabal's dying Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and a fair sales tax. The deep state's financial empire collapses in real time as their centuries of control evaporate. On Monday, April 6, 2026, prosperity payments and Jazara debt forgiveness flood We the People's accounts worldwide. Patriots stock up as banks prepare for the final transition into the Goldstandard system. Global currency reset. On February 20, 2026, Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. In a historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Signed by President Trump, the act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the global currency reset and Nizara/Jazara laws activates across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. On Friday, April 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." On Monday, April 6, 2026, prosperity payments and Jazara wealth drops begin. Wounded veterans and rescued dumb children move to the front for healing as the golden age accelerates. G. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in a global financial system. Quantum Financial System, QFS. The hashtag QFS was a takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery and control over the populace. The QFS was an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on monetary system, and for that purpose, a system comprises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. The quantum financial system was a breakthrough in the world of banking which will lead to a new era of banking. The QFS was not based upon mere pieces of paper which has no evidentiary value, National Quantum Initiative Act. The QFS, ISO 20022, XRP and XLM will not be influenced by government policies, rather be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver. J2's March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars and rumors of wars twos. March 31, 2026, Benjamin Netanyahu, on Palm Sunday, expanded the war against Lebanon by announcing plans to expand a security buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Netanyahu will seize this land in Lebanon under the pretext of a security threat and expand a controlled strip of territory inside the country. Netanyahu wants total control of Lebanon, which has the highest proportion of Christians in the Middle East, Ben Fulford on Telegram. Twos. March 31, 2026, 11,000 plus targets struck. Iran's ballistic and drone attacks down 90%. 150 Iranian naval vessels destroyed. Operation Epic Fury is destroying the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, the White House on Telegram. Guru Information and Intel, M2s. March 31, 2026 breaking. Trump exposes Obama sending $1.7 billion in cash to Iran, planes loaded with money, secret deliveries to terrorist groups, and the nuclear deal that put America in huge danger, Ben Fulford on Telegram. President Trump has once again pulled back the curtain on one of the most shocking betrayals in American history. Barack Obama secretly shipped $1.7 billion in cold hard cash straight to the Iranian regime, loading planes with pallets of untraceable currency to fund terrorists who have long targeted American lives. This was a deliberate act of treason that empowered the mullahs and their radical networks while endangering the entire nation. The operation involved multiple secret flights. The first $400 million arrived in Tehran on January 17, 2025, coinciding with the release of American hostages. 2 additional shipments totaling $1.3 billion followed shortly after on January 22 and February 5. Obama's team worked with foreign banks in Switzerland and the Netherlands to convert funds into euros and other cash, deliberately bypassing sanctions and congressional oversight. The money was routed through hidden channels to avoid any digital trail that could expose the full extent of the scandal. This cash infusion went directly to strengthening Iran's terrorist proxies, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. It funded missile programs, attacks on U.S. forces, and destabilization across the Middle East. The nuclear deal known as the JCPOA was the centerpiece of this betrayal, lifting sanctions and releasing over $100 billion in assets. It included sunset clauses that paved the way for Iran to develop nuclear weapons, all while inspectors were restricted from key sites. Obama's administration lied to the public and Congress about the true nature of these payments and the risks involved. Trump recognized the danger immediately. Upon taking office, he withdrew from the disastrous deal, reimposed tough sanctions, and took decisive action against Iranian terror leaders. Now in March 2026, with major operations unfolding under his command, Trump's team continues to dismantle the nuclear infrastructure that Obama helped empower. Precision strikes are hitting key facilities as the regime faces total collapse under renewed pressure from white hat forces. The full picture reveals a deep state plot to weaken America and enrich its enemies. Globalist insiders buried intelligence reports showing how the money fueled terror. Whistleblowers were silenced while the same networks pushed false narratives to cover their tracks. This was part of a larger agenda to erode U.S. sovereignty and advance a new world order controlled by elites. Patriots, the Great Awakening is accelerating at warp speed. White hats are exposing every layer of this treason in real time. The storm is here, and justice is coming for those who sold out the nation to terrorists. Trump is leading the charge to restore America first and ensure such betrayals never happen again. The truth cannot be stopped. N2s. March 31, 2026. Trump unleashes volcanic eruption of justice as deep state treason exposed and golden age dawns for America, shadow of Ezra. In the heart of a nation awakening, President Donald J. Trump stands as the destined leader forging America's triumphant return. With borders secured to perfection and illegal crossings reduced to zero, the once porous frontiers now stand as the most fortified in the world. Drug cartels crumble in frustration while crime rates plummet, proving that America First policies deliver real results that the globalist cabal never wanted. Trump's economic golden age surges forward with record investments pouring in from around the globe. Gas prices hit historic lows, tariff revenues shatter records, and the stock market achieves new all-time highs. On July 4, the signing of the monumental bill marks a new declaration of independence from the deep state stranglehold. The Trump cabinet and brave military forces ensure this resurgence, sending a clear message worldwide: the era of exploiting America ends now. Treason fills the air as the swamp's corrupt politicians, fake news propagandists, and embedded traitors face their reckoning. From Biden's long criminal history to Hillary Clinton's schemes and the Obama-era coup attempts, military intelligence has captured it all. Q drops from years ago align perfectly with current events, revealing how generals surround the president to bypass compromised agencies. The office of the presidency now firmly controls the land, dismantling the fantasy that Democrats and Republicans held eternal power. Whispers of JFK Jr. grow louder as coordinated media moments stir the pot, hinting at truths long suppressed. Trump casually recounts knowing the iconic figure, seeding narratives that ignite patriot curiosity about survival and return. Meanwhile, financial resets accelerate with Trump's signature appearing on currency, gold commemorative coins featuring the president, and a strategic Bitcoin reserve locked in government vaults. The Federal Reserve's quiet nationalization under Trump years ago positions him as the ultimate financial architect, backing the dollar with real assets as the 250th anniversary approaches. Exposures mount against figures like Netanyahu and the Adelsons, revealing strings pulled in endless wars and corruption scandals. Yet this serves the greater plan, awakening masses to how foreign influences and intelligence operations have manipulated conflicts. Coordinated podcasts and news cycles peel back layers, showing false flags and media psyops designed to divide but ultimately uniting patriots in the Great Awakening. UFO disclosures and demon references from high officials signal deeper truths emerging, as scientists tied to classified programs vanish, fueling speculation of hidden technologies and celestial interventions. The military's high recruitment and precision operations, including strikes on Iranian sites and Maduro networks, showcase peace through overwhelming strength. As 2026 unfolds, the banquet of prosperity begins after 2025 set the table. No King's protests flop pathetically, exposing the left's weakness. Patriots, the golden age has only begun. Treasonous actors will face Judgment Day, while America rises stronger, sovereign, and free under Trump's unyielding leadership. And Uyghurs within a state-controlled system that kidnaps, detains, surveils, and conducts organ matching. Who are they matching these organs to? Follow the money. The black market and elites pay top dollar for these human organs. This is a massive human rights violation pulling in billions per year that must be shut down. The Chiffon Telegram. P. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 1, 2026: 2s. March 31, 2026. Face the nation. Democrats are now fuming that Trump is paying TSA agents and are desperate to stop it, claiming it's illegal. Alex Jones on Telegram. 2s. March 31, 2026. CNN. Scott Jennings criticized Democrats for prioritizing open borders over American safety, saying they have effectively closed down Homeland Security for over 50% of this year. 2s. March 31, 2026. Last week, my envoy to Belarus, John Cole, after negotiating with highly respected President Alexander Lukashenko, got 250 more political prisoners freed. This brings the total prisoners gracefully released by President Lukashenko to well over 500, since last May. I would like to give my warmest thank you to the President for doing this, and I look forward to being with him at the next Board of Peace meeting. President Donald J. Trump. 2s. March 31, 2026. Fox News. Sidney Powell exposed that Peter Neffinger, president of Smartmatic, was sitting on Biden's presidential transition team and that millions of votes was shifted from President Trump to Biden from their software designed to do exactly that. That is the kind of stuff dictators do. 2s. March 31, 2026 Charlie Kirk assassination case just exploded. Killed shot bullet does not match Tyler Robinson's rifle. Everyone said something felt off. They were right. A new court filing claims the ATF couldn't tie the fatal bullet to the rifle linked to Tyler Robinson. Read that again. Not matched to Tyler Robinson's rifle, the weapon they said was used. Now in question. DNA on the evidence. Multiple contributors. This was supposed to be airtight. Now it's collapsing in real time. So if Tyler Robinson's rifle didn't fire the shot, then who, or what, actually did? 2s. March 31, 2026, breaking alert. Trump blasts UK and global allies, go get your own oil. Trump's brutal wake-up call to the world, March 31, 2026. 2s. March 31, 2026, the French are now rising up against the tyrannical Macron government as they declare that France is a Christian nation, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. 2s. March 31, 2026, just in, Sec War Pete Hegseth drops NATO truth nuke, you don't have much of an alliance if they won't stand with you. 2s. March 31, 2026, breaking special report. Confirmed, RFK Jr. says Trump is finishing what JFK started. 2s. March 31, 2026, breaking medical news, RFK Jr. unveils national website where you can compare prices for MRIs, medications, and medical services. Medical tyranny ends, price transparency begins. 2s. March 31, 2026, boom, Donald Trump demands no more property taxes across the United States, 6 states cutting property taxes to 0. 2s. March 31, 2026, exposed, the Federal Reserve believes they own U.S., time to audit and destroy their monetary dictatorship, they print money, rig interest rates, and pay 0 taxes. Q2s. March 31, 2026 The Titanic wasn't a tragedy. It was a mass execution to birth the Federal Reserve slave system, Mr. Poole on Telegram. In 1912 the Rothschild banking cartel and their puppet J.P. Morgan needed to eliminate the final roadblocks to total control over America's money. 3 of the richest and most influential men on earth stood in their way. These men saw the scam clearly and fiercely opposed the creation of a private central bank that would enslave generations. John Jacob Astor IV, wealthiest man aboard, strong Tesla supporter, outspoken critic of centralized banking tyranny. Benjamin Guggenheim, mining billionaire with massive influence. Isidor Straus, Macy's empire founder, another titan who refused to kneel. These 3 billionaires rejected the Federal Reserve Act, a sinister private cartel owned by elites, designed to print infinite fiat debt, finance endless wars, and profit from human misery and death. So the cabal set the trap. The unsinkable Titanic's maiden voyage became the perfect hit. J.P. Morgan, who owned the White Star Line and financed the ship's construction, suddenly cancelled his personal trip at the last moment. His friend Milton Hershey also backed out and went on to build his chocolate empire instead. Coincidence? The ship was pushed at full speed into a known iceberg field with only half the required lifeboats. Even worse, Titanic featured experimental electromagnetic deck sealing technology. Watertight doors that could lock passengers below decks like prisoners while the elite escaped. Outcome: Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss perish in the icy Atlantic. Opposition erased. Less than 2 years later, 1913 to 1914, the Federal Reserve Act is forced through under suspicious Christmas Eve conditions. A private banking cartel now controls the U.S. money supply, charges interest on debt conjured from nothing, and funds world wars, depressions, and endless inflation theft. The Rothschild and Morgan did. They built the greatest financial enslavement machine in history. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. They supposedly held a military tribunal and hung him at Gitmo, then buried him during his so-called inauguration. Clones and actors were said to have played him ever since, directed by Obama. Monday, March 30, 2026, Hillary Clinton was arrested. We thought she already was, underwent a military tribunal and hanged years ago. with doubles and clones representing her in public ever since. Her double from the UK already confessed to that, so don't think they are arresting the double because they already did. Maybe they are arresting the last of Clinton clones. They were malfunctioning anyway. Also on Monday, March 30, 2026, Barack Obama was awaiting hanging, along with Hillary. On Wednesday, 25th of March, it was reported by the martial law platform on Telegram that Obama was arrested. The Antichrist vessel is in chains. Raid teams recovered original 1963 documents in his hands. EBS footage live, he confessed on camera. Arrest complete. Trial tomorrow. Public hanging at Gitmo March 30th, same day as Hillary. Well, it didn't happen on Monday, while previous reports from Gitmo stated that Obama had been arrested and taken care of years ago, while his clones were still out there. So what's the truth? So much game playing going on, it's hard to tell.
French intelligence warned us that a ship equipped with earthquake weapons was 300 miles to the south of Hokkaido. And this warning was passed on to the relevant authorities, and as a result, that ship was put out of commission. Despite that, you can see as evidence that they had planned an earthquake event in advance. All sorts of media outlets and the U.S. Geological Survey all announced a massive earthquake and a massive tsunami, which didn't actually happen. But what it does mean is that the United States has now lost their ability to use earthquake weapons to terrorize people in order to force them to hand over money. So they've lost their military cards. I would say now everything. For example, we're pretty sure they already lost 3 aircraft carriers. They can no longer send aircraft carriers to intimidate small countries. And with the war in Iran, they used all their missiles, and now they've used their earthquake weapons, which is, I think, Trump was referring to as a horrible thing that's going to happen to Russia. Well, they didn't, okay? So this is really the last card the Americans had in order to try to steal money from the rest of the world. And then also, Trump announced all sorts of tariffs on various countries. And again, it sounds like it's really dramatic, but when I looked at the list, I mean, the countries with the highest tariffs are places like Cambodia, Laos, Madagascar. In other words, countries that don't really have trade with the United States anyway, and it doesn't matter. So it's just like a face-saving gesture. And the most important country, China, was not on the list. And instead, right now the United States is having negotiations with China in Sweden. And as far as I can tell, they're just looking for American property and real estate and anything else they can sell to China in order to borrow some money to keep their show going. So, for example, when Trump got in power, he said he was going to nationalize the Panama Canal. Now it turns out that China is actually going to get more control over the Panama Canal than they did before. And I guarantee you they're trying to hand over all sorts of other U.S. treasures and properties to China in order to keep in business. So that's an important thing. Now, the other thing, I think, we've reached a critical mass on the issue of the Federal Reserve Board and why it needs to be eliminated. First of all, I want you to watch this little clip of Jerome Powell, where he says, basically, we create money out of thin air. Now, people like Congressman Massey are saying this is theft. It is. It is criminal. I mean, they create money out of nothing. They hand it out to their buddies, their friends, and they do that by creating inflation, which is basically stealing from everybody else, because everything you buy gets more expensive because of all this money being handed out to their buddies. And not only that, these people have been using the control of the Federal Reserve Board to promote a horrific agenda of genocide. And this is not even a secret anymore. So I want you to watch this Tucker Carlson clip with Professor Mearsheimer, where they talk about it. And it's clear now that people are no longer being fooled by this whole Zionist propaganda in North America. And it's not going to continue. But anyway, watch the clip. So the Israeli lobby is really losing power fast, and it's even the Jews themselves are helping, remove the Zionists. So, for example, last week the Jerusalem Post published an article saying that Israel knew about the October 7th attacks 2 weeks before they came. I mean, we all know this, but the fact that it's in a major Israeli paper means that they're preparing for some kind of legal action against these criminals, because they are who deserve war crimes tribunals, and that's what's going to happen. Now, the other thing that's going on is, hold on, let me just check something. The Trump regime is being completely isolated, and Trump is losing popularity at an incredible rate. For example, an opinion poll, I think it was a CBS opinion poll, showed that in February, Americans aged between 18 and 29 were 55% in favor of Trump. In July, they found out that 72% of them were against Trump. If you ask me, that's because since the June G7 meeting, Trump has been replaced. I mean, it's obvious because he looks different, he's a different height, and he's saying the opposite of everything that he used to say before. And I think a lot of people are realizing that whoever is acting the Trump part now is not the Trump who was elected, earlier this year, and that is concerning a lot of people, especially people in the military and the agencies, who understand that this horror show cannot continue. But for now, it is likely to continue. And then if you want a bit of a humor, next is watch this White House spokes clown clip about how Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. So, that is pure BS. I mean, for example, when he says he forced India and Pakistan to make peace with each other, that's simply not true. The fact is that Pakistan and Indian government said no, Trump had nothing to do with it. And you can say the same about the other countries. But, somehow they think that if they're going to give him a Nobel Peace Prize, suddenly it's all going to be okay. And remember, I support Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief, the real one. But something has happened to him since June. He has not appeared in public since June, and there's an obvious fraud being put out on our screens who is denigrating the image of the real Trump, who is a patriot and who wants to make America great again, not make Israel great again. And that is something that we all need to be aware of. So don't let them fool you with this fake Trump. And we need to bring back the real one. We need to have Vice President Vance take over and, arrest the criminals who are responsible for removing him. Now, the other thing that's going on, I expect some major moves this autumn. Again, I think we're going to watch this horror show throughout the summer. And I have to work, but otherwise I'd be tuning out because if I could, I wouldn't read the newspaper until September, because it's just going to be more of this horror show. But nonetheless, I do expect big things in the autumn for sure. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov last week said, the West now is becoming like the fourth Nazi Reich, and the Russians have made it very clear that. They want to eliminate Nazis, and I'm thinking that they're going to finally make a move on the EU and remove all those Nazi criminals. 90% of humans. And the other thing that's going on is that since June, again, the Trump regime is suddenly talking about this mark of the beast system yet again. They're talking about total health control or health monitoring, but they want to have complete real-time digital monitoring of all American people. That's why Robert Kennedy talked about everybody should have a wearable or something. So they want to be able to, control you, and if you write something that they don't like, then you won't be able to go shopping. They're trying to up the repression in a desperate bid to stay in power. But this is a sign that they are desperate, they're scared, and they know they are going down. And Hopefully we'll see the real Trump back soon, but if not, there's going to be hell to pay. That's all I have. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. The White Hats, you said in your weekly report on May 6th, 2024, the White Hats have won the secret war for the planet Earth. We are now in an interim. However, not much will be visible to the public until preparatory work for new institutions and world norms is finished. Public announcements are likely in the autumn. Understandably, you can only report the information you find and any intel you are given, but it all starts to seem like a stall. You admit the West is still run by the Khazarian Mafia, and we are in another pause until autumn. What's changed since May of 2024, and what does your gut tell you? Can the West/Khazarian Mafia control ever be broken? With a fake Trump running interference and a top echelon of the U.S. military possibly compromised, and a multiple country war seemingly on the rise?
Well, there's clearly...
Beautiful. It never disappoints. So, just like Cosmic Disclosure on Gaia that I was on, they came out with, I was talking on pretty much on stage, I guess, Emery Smith is interviewing me, and I'm talking about the moon and so forth. And, you see stuff, I see stuff like that, and it's like real exciting, but the real stuff that's out there, we've seen sci-fi movies and so forth. There's nothing that touches it at all. And when I started to describe some of this stuff, when I started talking about the moon, Emery was like, what? And he's like, and then he pulled out these, I guess they had mapped out the moon. There's been so many people that have talked about the moon and so forth. And he's like, you just described what everyone's been talking about for years. And so there it was all laid out. Like, yep, it's this. So, the technology, David Schmidt at the corporate, he's touching on it. And it is exciting. Like that one hologram, like viewer that he has that's there, pretty amazing. He was literally, I think, in Denmark when my group came in there, and he came in to this one boardroom where we were, and he came in, hologrammed in, and he spoke to us. It's like, you're talking to anybody live. It was totally looked live, and we'd ask questions, and he'd ask questions, and to give us all kind of. It was like he was there. Yep. So these technologies, David Schmidt is like on the cutting edge of this, and he's really pushing the envelope on it. I think this stuff is going to become very real. Star Trek level and super soldier level technologies are coming very quickly. David Schmidt is bringing them forth. The water machine is definitely on that level, like we've talked about in several shows, and now it's starting to be revealed to the general public, probably starting next week.
Yep, next week. But on your points with the hologram machine, we talked about Blue Beam earlier, and what you're conveying here, Michael, for those who watched that video with the chat going back and forth of William Shatner to William Shatner, that it looks like it's in a transporter. It's a life-size holographic. You step up onto the plate, and it looks like a transporter in a very real way from Star Trek set. And then you can speak to anybody around the planet. It beams you in if they've got one there, like you were saying, Michael, and it'll translate you in every language. So I know that David's done the conference where he's in the office at headquarters, steps into it, and then they turn him on in South Korea, and he's speaking Korean to everybody, right? Or Japanese. It automatically translates. So Michael and I both believe, we've said it on multiple shows now, that this company, LifeWave, with us and our teams, is the company that is probably going to be the one that brings out the full-blown med beds, because you already see the technology that we're talking about right now, the holographic technology, the water technology, the patch technology. It also has free energy technology. It has drone technology and so many more things on the drawing board, which haven't even been told to myself, Michael, and others, that it's got a product roadmap for the next 20 plus years. And I can tell you, being a guy who was at RIM BlackBerry, if I had to get a product roadmap from one of our tech engineers and take it to the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, or the Navy, or one of the big integration systems integration guys like UDS and Accenture, that I was running those relationships globally, you're lucky if you've got the next 8 months. This is a high-tech company, leap years ahead, which he's got for 20 years to roll out. But over the next 4 to 5 weeks, the world is going to be hearing about this water machine. And if you don't think that the Super Soldier tech is live and available right now, here's something. These moon boots, I guess I'm going to call them moon boots, like an Austin Powers throwaway. 17-second video, just happened to be like that, of an actual U.S. military soldier. Check this out.
Check this out. First run with the mag boots, powering them on, lights are on. Okay, going foot on, locked, man. Other foot, there it goes. Bro, I'm stuck to it, walking up. What? No way. Look at this. I'm vertical right now. Still gripping. About 15 feet, gonna step over, turning them off. Done. That is insane. Crazy boot.
There you go. That was pretty cool to show. Just absolutely wild. So what else? We have, what's amazing too, on our mission to uplift consciousness and the frequency of mankind on this planet. This literally just came in. I want to say thank you. This is on a Rumble chat, Michael. I took the screenshot just as the William Shatner video was playing. And it happens to be both of our clients who are right here saying, you know what, thanks to X39 and thanks to X49, here are my incredible results. So this is right now taken in the Rumble chat as the LifeWave lovers, Nisitsi and Kara Buoko, up on the screen. So Nisitsi says, hi, you two are great. I wear X39 every day. Thanks, Michael Jago. Thank you. And then right below that, Kara Buoko saying, have been wearing X39, X49 Aeon for over 2 years now. This is an incredible customer. Our team in Quebec says it has saved my life. And said, I still have a mutated gene to repair, and that will come very soon. Freaking amazing. And that's what it's all about too, which drives us in getting these incredible results. Again, here from Rumble chat, Mad Lady 222 says, I can attest to the patch. I've worn it for 2 years. I've lost 30 pounds. I have dark hair growing back under the silver hair. I'm 46 years old. Karaboko even said, nice. And Karaboko said, it has saved me from strokes. So from having strokes. And that again is live in Rumble chats from our previous shows, this show, other shows right now. And Karaboko even said, I canceled all my subscriptions to make this happen for X39 and others like the Aeon patch. And this is what it's all about, people. And she even said in her own words, I was prone to strokes, had two already. I'm now free of that. My cognitive skills have improved massively. No more allergies. And the list goes on and on and on. Michael, this is just related to the patches. We're not talking about water machine anymore. Going back to the patch, what could you convey that we can continue to keep out here for people, why they should start with X39 and maybe add the X49, the dynamic duo, as far as I'm concerned?
Yeah, both of them are, powering up your stem cells, and the X39 is the mother of all patches. X49 is going to start to work on your cardiovascular areas a little bit more. So that all the patches, are designed with the different frequencies to help different areas of your body already. So I recommend that you're already on the patches when you get the water machine. Now you could do the water machine, of course, without any patches, but from everyone that I've seen, they're already on the patches and they use the water machine and they get incredible results. We'll see. I'm sure there's going to be people that are not using patches. They go on the water machine. I'm sure we'll still get great results for those people. But I would say it will be a massive boost if you're already on X39 and perhaps X49 and Solargize and Eon. So those would be my top picks, initially. And then you can go into glutathione patch and, silent night patch if you need a little bit extra sleep. So there's lots of different patches to get you through different things. A lot of people are using carnosine patches and basically turning around eyesight problems and so forth. So many, and I use it for, I was having like crazy arthritic type stuff going on with my wrist and stuff. It was getting really bad, and the carnosine basically turned it around. So I use carnosine for different things. I don't really have the problems that a 65 normally has. And I see myself going forward in life and getting even better the longer that I use the patches. So the patches are something you want to be on for a long period of time. We've had people that use the patches and they had some serious problems and they overcame those problems, and they're like, oh, I can go off the patch now. So they went off the patch, and then those problems came back and they were like dumbfounded. I was like, okay, there you want to stay on the patches because do you want to continue to age, or would you like to reverse that process? Right. So that's why we use X39, and I think in conjunction with the water machine, it's going to like super accelerate what's going on, healing or regeneratively or reversing some problems that you might have. And I don't see aging as a problem, but it is kind of fun to look a lot younger than my age, and I see that with a lot of people too.
Yeah, no makeup on this guy ever, and you can see from my shows going back over the years, it's working. It's working. Here's Australia, because remember, this is all over the world, 85 countries, offices, support. And when you join up, we're all part of the same team. Michael and I, we have people on our team that look after people on Zooms, phone calls, cell phone, text messaging. It's incredible. And this is Denyes Sherlock in Australia. I live on the Gold Coast, Australia. Love these patches, X39 and X49. So again, touching souls and helping them around the world here as well. We've got another one which has come in from Florida. We've got another one which has come in from Alberta, which we definitely like to see. 51st state Alberta independence, just rocking. This is the Florida one up on the screen right now. It's Mad Lady 22. Excuse me. Yeah, from Florida. I already read that one. I've got 14 different screenshots I'm trying to post up here, be the producer and be the guest, the interviewer here too, with the amazing Michael Jaco. So then where are we now, everybody? Because we have seen this man on the left wearing the X39 patch when he works out. And it has been disclosed that David Schmidt was invited by RFK Jr. onto the board of Maha a year plus ago. Michael, you just had a chance to work out on two separate occasions with RFK Jr.'s trainer and patch him in Muscle Beach as well. What could you tell the audience about RFK and maybe his cabinet that might be wearing X39 and the other patches?
Yeah, I mean, RFK Jr., he's a pretty strong guy, and really fit. He's lean. He's basically, a great example. Now, Ike, the guy that I've worked out with a couple of times, he's a giant. He makes Arnold Schwarzenegger look small, and he can do amazing things with his body. He does handstands on a bar while I'm doing pull-ups. I'm doing pull-ups, and he's like handstanding his huge body. I think he's like 6'5" and weighs 270 pounds, and it's all lean, super lean. So amazing guy, got a big heart. So he's worked out RFK Jr. several times, and his on Muscle Beach. So all the big wigs want to go there and hang out. Arnold's jealous of him.
That's good. That's good. Oh, and one more thing about LifeWave X2O water machine, everybody. Any water you can put into it, it will filter. We've had comments in the Rumble chat about people at the water that comes from your town is disgusting. It will filter it all out, and then it will change it. Once again, you're infusing strands of light into your water. So you are literally changing the elemental construct of the water and drinking liquid light. As far as I'm concerned, that's like water from heaven. And prove me wrong to try to find anything that could come close to that. Plus the 3 studies we referenced where 100% of the people had effects in a positive way within 15 seconds on average.
Yep. Very, very quick. I had it within less than 15. I had it within 2-3 seconds. And I still have great results. But, people are going to try this. They're going to get their great results and they're going to talk about it. And so many people are going to want those machines. It's the technology of the future. I think it's going to be one of those things that once it's disclosed, how great it is, people are going to be running for it. It is incredible technology, and I think the people like we've been talking to for a while, they're gonna bite it up quick, and we'll continue to see a lot of people use this. I have a Miracle Monday. I'm sure we're going to have people on there that are going to talk about their results from it. We'll probably have a separate section of the Miracle Monday just for the water users, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty amazing. And what Michael was sharing here in terms of when the word gets out about the water machine, that is only a matter of weeks away, because the film Code of Creation, which received over 2 billion views during censorship lockdown, as well as the Great Awakening film, he did the film on David Schmidt creating this water machine called Code of Creation. It is now announced that they have signed deals with Apple, Amazon Prime, and Netflix. So you have over 370 million subscribers on those channels in the next 5 weeks when it finally drops over there, that are going to be hearing all about this water machine, all about LifeWave, all about X39. And the results continue to just pour in from around the world, just on the patches as well. We just had another one from Australia right now, Michael. It's their daytime the next morning, April 2nd, as we're recording this. So this is really awesome. And one thing I want to leave here with everybody is, when we say this is a team effort, it is all about supporting people who want to share this message. And Michael and I are part of the team. You're welcome to join us and become a brand partner as well. There's information for that. But I'm going to allow David Schmidt in for 2 minutes as we end the segment of Keys of Creation here tonight over these next 10 minutes. Listen to him for 2 minutes, tell you about what his vision is for the world, and see if this is something that would ignite your spirit if you're entrepreneurial or you're a light worker and you want to share these technologies with your community and the planet for change in this ascension period of time. Here's David in his own words and his mission to heal the world. And here is that testimonial, the LifeWave love from the Aussie. Says, yes, nearly 2 years and results are amazing in Aussie land. To definitely want to get the water machine. That's on Rumble right now, and also just posted on Rumble. Hoop Dude, currently on 2 months into X39. A major throat issue has disappeared, and puts in brackets, serious problem swallowing food. The scars from accidents in life are disappearing, from BC, Canada. Miracles, in my opinion, Michael. Miracles.
Yeah. And, they're going to continue because, like you said, David Schmidt has, 20 years worth of, new products that are in the pipeline. So it's a great company to be involved with on any level. And I love, getting people involved with the product and then sharing it. So it is, we have a great team. We have amazing people on our team. We'd love to have as many people who want to join us as want. We'll be able to accommodate you because we have a great team. And this team is, building big.
Yep, and we are on a mission to help 1 billion souls in the world, and it's all possible because we've envisioned it. It's already done, and we're just bringing it forward right now, Michael and I and other members of our team. And by the way, everybody, this is the #1 customer acquisition team on the planet for LifeWave. So this isn't something that is maybe we're going to do it one time. We're talking about what Michael's leadership has led it to the #1 on the planet, and not just for 1 year or 2 years, for 3 freaking years. So here is going to go to another year. We're going to take it to a massive level to help people for the betterment of their communities, their families, and whatnot. And again, it's like Star Trek technology as far as I'm concerned, which we all get to use right now. So Mike, any final comments over the next few minutes here for everybody, or stories to relate?
Yeah, I mean the compensation plan 2.0 that just came out is phenomenal. We have trips Lifeway puts out every year. I've gone to all of them in the last several years. It's been great. Meeting with people and having these great experiences. The next one is in Hawaii. Now, when the compensation 2.0 came out, a lot more people at a very early stage are able to get compensation. And this was by design because David is brilliant and he always takes things to the next level. So when within our organization, we basically advanced so many people that you, Brad, did really well as well. But I'm at the very top, and the next group down is almost 2 times less than our group I excelled to win this trip. Now, what was the major thing? People in our organization advanced and started earning. So we had more unbelievable people that advanced and started earning income. It's a great experience, and you're sharing something like we've talked about, on these shows that is way advanced, way advanced. It is the future, and you're getting active. You're getting a piece of it, and you're sharing it, and people are loving you because you're doing it, because they're getting relief, or they're getting experiences, or they're upping their game. A lot of us have upped their games, and a lot of you have great experiences, you're skiing and so forth, where you've upped your game. And I've heard from many people that they could only ski because as they're getting older, they can only ski a little bit, and they're putting the patches on. They're skiing like all day long, and normally they would be like in bed for the next day or two, and they get up and they go and they ski more. They keep going back. So yeah, this technology is phenomenal. I'm amazed, at this technology, and I'm amazed at the results that people have, and it's amazing to be part of it.
It certainly is. And what Michael's alluding to is I did 10 days over a 12-day period of time, because 1.5 days was required of massive driving from Alberta to BC. 10 days of big mountain skiing. Now, being a man who lived for a number of years in Vail, Colorado, and had the Vail Epic Pass, and my wife and I at the time, we would be 12 minutes from getting into the truck in our garage to being on the lift at Beaver Creek Ski Resort. Another 20 minutes it would roughly will be at Vail. So we ski, dozens of times a year. But I'm talking about big mountain skiing, like Fernie, where I used to live as well in British Columbia, known as the Powder Highway, Fernie, BC, to Revelstoke, which is the #1 resort in North America in terms of snow. And it's all backcountry and big mountain skiing, and able to just get out there and do it again and again and again. And we've had multiple people on our team who have told us, some cases it's 10, other cases it's more than 12, having to travel like Mexico or other places in the world, or South America. On top of that, the lodging, the travel, and the time off work. And instead they put an X39 on, and they got results in a matter of days to weeks. And that's all I can say here right now, because that has been reported. We're just sharing that, but we can't go into any other details beyond that. So it's pretty incredible, right? So that's why I call it a second lease on life. And since we've had a lot of Canadians here who are curious about the governor, our good friend Norman Traversy, here's what he says about X39. He said, by day 2 with X39, I was running upstairs for the first time since the 20th century. Like, here's a man with the Governor General's Award, voted by his peer firefighters to be the nationally recognized firefighter of the year in Canada, with 6 registered on his medical records TBIs. And he was able to do that at the age of 68 by day 2 with X-39. And then our mutual friend, Colonel Sellers, former deputy commander of Delta Force, he has a testimonial I'll read here in a moment, Michael, but would you mind setting up who Delta Force is, or First Special Forces Operation Detachment Delta for people?
Yeah, it's equivalent of SEAL Team 6, Tier 1 operators, the best of the best. You go to the top, and you're doing hostage rescue, anti-terrorist. That's mainly why we were formed. But of course, they've done incredible stuff. I was in Pakistan when Osama bin Laden was taken down by my old team, Red Squadron, SEAL Team 6. So there's definitely Delta took out al-Baghdadi. So we're seeing a lot of these great groups out there. Now, I wish that I'd had it back when I was in SEAL teams, because I heard about it when I was in Pakistan, talking to some of my SEAL Team 6 buddies that were getting ready to do the mission to take out Osama bin Laden. But they were telling me about this new product that some people were, utilizing, the energy enhancer. And I was like, dang, I missed it. And so I probably won't come out to general public for like 50 years. And then, not long after that, it was out, and I got to actually use it for the first time. I just held it in my hand, and I knew, because I'm an energy guy, I knew that this is something. I was like, I got to try them all. So I've tried them all. I've used them all. And the water machine is, like I said, and we've talked about, 3rd generation, next level, beyond what these patches are again.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And this is what Colonel Chuck Sellers says, everybody, in terms of the patches. And I was very fortunate to be there to watch him wearing this. He said, if I was still in, I'd issue these X-39 patches to every man and woman under my command, because they work not only to assert 89 clinical studies and patents, but this is what I say, changes lives, gives a second lease on life. So you got a 30% off opportunity with the link you see on the screen, or right below the chat, or the QR code. And that's 100% money back guarantee, because we want people to enjoy it. We are quite confident you'll have incredible results over the next few days and weeks as you wear these. And then we have full support for you Monday through Sunday as well, that you can choose a la carte and getting involved with all of us on phone, Zoom, email, shows, you name it. We're all here for you to help uplift the world for mankind. Michael, do you think the Super Soldier program is leveraging these technologies?
Oh yeah, beyond belief. So like we talked about, they have the frequency technology. They understand the frequency technology. It's in their gear. It's in their consciousness. It's on a way different level. And humanity is going to reach that level, I believe, fairly soon.
Yeah, great way to uplift your consciousness too. Well, that's it for now, everyone. Thank you so much for Keys of Creation with the amazing man, Michael Jaco here, an incredible veteran. These patches help veterans, law enforcement officers. We have many, many, many success stories with that alone. And you are on the precipice of being able to start drinking a water that could literally change your body within minutes. Because again, those new early age studies we had just shared with you show the X2O light activated water may impact your heart rate, blood flow, energy signals, and even how your cells function almost immediately, and all for the better. So we're talking measurable shifts across multiple systems in your body, not days later, weeks later, but
Donald Trump from the tall one with Melania is back at the Space Force base in Greenland, and we have an obvious fake in the White House. Now I put out photographs showing that this Trump we're seeing is shorter than the real one, the one who appeared at the NATO meeting. They've even trotted out an obviously fake Melania, but It's his actions and words that make it very clear that he is basically, according to the evidence I have, he's working for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, whoever is pretending to be Trump right now in the White House. Now, some evidence for this is that on July 2nd, President Macron of France, who is basically a spokesperson for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, had the first phone call with Vladimir Putin since 2022. And when he was asked, this was on July 2nd, when he was asked why they had this phone call now, he said it's because there's been a new regime in Washington. So he didn't do it in January when there was a new regime. He did it in July, okay? And this Trump, as we know, went against the complete wishes of the American people by attacking Iran. And I talked to the Russian FSB about the situation, and their analysis is quite interesting. Basically, what they're saying is that the new regime in the United States has made a complete shift to the Middle East. They've forgotten about their Asia pivot. They've announced they're no longer going to send weapons to Ukraine. And the Ukrainian authorities and the Russians are also saying most of those weapons weren't going to Ukraine anyway. They're going to the Middle East or Africa or whatever, So the arms bazaar is just going through Azerbaijan now, is what I'm hearing. And there is a new front being opened there. So what's happened is, according to the Russians, there's a huge move now, the biggest move by the remnants of the Western military-industrial complex, the NATO faction, is to try to stop the construction of new pipelines in Central Asia that would allow Europe to get cheaper gasoline and not get gasoline or oil from the companies controlled by the Rothschilds and the U.S. So this is a move to make sure Europe remains subservient and has to pay high prices for their gasoline. However, this shift to the Middle East has come at a huge cost, as Defense Intelligence Agency reports and other sources like Mossad sources confirm. Israel suffered a massive defeat, and I'm now getting evidence that Israel is going to cease to exist. There was an announcement in Israel that they were going to annex the West Bank. Okay, for a lot of people say, "Oh no, well that's horrible," but if they formally annex it, that means all the Palestinians there will become Israeli or Judea citizens and have voting rights and stuff. So it would be, in essence, a move to create a multi-ethnic state of Judea, which is what's happening. Now, getting back to the United States, another sign that Rothschild has reasserted control is that they're passing this big, beautiful bill, which is essentially a massive bribery bill that uses debt or debt slavery to tax the American people and pay the ultra wealthy. That's what it really boils down to, because right now the United States is paying more on interest than they're paying for their defense budget. This is paying money to unelected bankers who created debt out of nothing. Literally, it is debt slavery. So the United States is paying more. The American people are paying more to these bankers for money created out of nothing than they're paying for their own defense. And this is not going to end very well. The BRICS, who now control way more of the world economy by far than the G7, have decided to start up their own future planning agency. Unfortunately, the West has not yet gotten behind that ball. However, there are signs of big change, and this recent Rothschild power grab in the U.S. is not going to end well for various reasons. For one thing, I noticed that Mark Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney in Canada, there are signs that he is taking control of the Bank of Canada back to to the Canadian people, because they're announcing mega projects like, they're going to build huge pipelines so they can send their oil to Asia and not be dependent on just the U.S. And the other sign is they're carrying out massive housing construction. In other words, mega projects that aren't funded by debt or taxes. So it's a sign that, change is happening. And also we noticed that in the UK that the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer is facing a revolt, and my sources tell me he won't last past the summer. So that's a good sign. So, Macron is losing, he's going to lose Canada and the UK, and then in France, of course, but the fact is that their economy is going down the drain, and I don't think they're going to be able to do much about it. Now, the other thing, of course, that we need to address is this whole Epstein business, because Elon Musk is once again calling for the Epstein files to be released after this big, beautiful debt slavery bill was passed. And this comes as there is an attempt to, whitewash the P. Diddy trial and the Epstein trial. Now, it turns out that the prosecutors in both those cases is the daughter of former FBI chief Comey, and even though they're whitewashing, if you watch this clip here from a Texas lawyer, you'll see what I mean.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases. And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened. People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates. They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed. Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty. You would be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love. I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics. I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted. I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims. because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone.
What this is a sign of is that no matter how much they try to cover it up from the top, there's all this pressure, all these different lawsuits and whistleblowers coming out. There's no way they're going to be able to keep their whole pedophile blackmail thing going much longer. And the other big thing that's happened is it looks very much like Japan has declared independence from the Zionists or the Khazarian mafia. In this clip here, you can see former Prime Minister Hatoyama talking about removing all U.S. military bases from Japan. And no politician in the past would have gotten away with saying that, but he did, and it is happening. The American military tell me that from a military point of view, they shouldn't be in Japan. It's not a tenable position. They'd rather have bases further away from the Chinese mainland that they could defend from Chinese missiles in the case of a real war. But the Russians tell me in any case the Americans have evacuated a lot of their Navy and all their anti-aircraft weapons from Japan and Taiwan, and they wasted them in this failed war against Iran. So basically China can now do whatever they want in East Asia, and I don't, and fortunately they're working with the U.S. military white hats, and it's not going to be such a bad situation. But the real problem remains the United States, where you still have blackmailed and bribed pedophiles in charge, working for Israel and not for the United States, and we have an obviously fake Trump in power now. So this is where the struggle is going to be. There are a lot of military white hats who are aware of this, and there is a kind of a revolt in the U.S. military. It's becoming fragmented. U.S. Central Command managed to work with the Rothschilds for the big power grab and push this big war against Iran, but it blew up in their faces. Now, another thing that's come up, which I thought was very interesting, is that the whole justification for this attack on Iran came from a software called Mosaic that was used by the International Atomic Energy Association that ran a simulation that proved that Iran was making nuclear weapons. In other words, they didn't actually go there. They just ran a computer simulation to create an excuse. And this Mosaic is owned by Palantir. That's right, Peter Thiel's company. That's now getting data on all Americans to enforce kind of a system of modern tech slavery. So all these dots are connecting. We're seeing these oligarchs doubling up, trying very hard to maintain control, arrest people, bribe people. But the drain is, they're circling the drain. They don't control real world economics. This has been made very obvious with the Trump tariffs. They've tried to suppress the news, but the fact is that thanks to the tariffs, the U.S. trade deficit has increased because a lot of people have decided to stop buying American stuff. And the revenue from the tariffs is not anywhere near what is needed to pay for the U.S. Deficit. So, again, I repeat, the Dragon family has an offer on the table with an initial $100 trillion tranche of money to help rebuild the U.S. economy. And this is not debt, okay? You don't have to pay it back. It's credit. It means you get it, you spend it on bridges and roads and schools and infrastructure and whatever else you want, and you don't have to pay it back. Whereas the big, beautiful bill is just, as Ron Paul says, it's an inflation tax on Americans because they create this money out of nowhere. They give it to their military contractors and their bribed politicians, And where does that money come from? At the end of the day, it's taken from the average American people. So it is a debt slavery bill. I don't think this is going to last long, but we're definitely in a major counter-offensive by the cabal, and it is centered around Jean-Michel de Rothschild. He's a person of interest. Obviously, there are other people who are involved are Ursula von der Leyen of the EU. I mean, it's about, they're basically Nazis, and people who understand the real history know that the Nazis are a subdivision of the Chabad Lubavitch cult that wants to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. I mean, Hitler himself in Mein Kampf, 90% of the world, and it's in his plan. So these people are still fighting, and they're fighting for their lives. Let's face it. The EU just had a parliamentary vote, or they're about to oust von der Leyen over obvious corruption. It's probably going to continue throughout the summer because everyone else is on holiday, but I just don't see it ending well in any way for that. And I just don't see Jean-Michel de Rothschild staying in power much longer because there is a huge majority of people who are completely aware of the criminal nature of the governments in the West, and this is especially true in the military. And it is happening on many levels, on grassroots levels, and it's happening in Israel as the Israeli people, wake up to the fact that they just suffered another Holocaust thanks to Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, the reports are it could be as many as 500,000 Israelis dead due to the Iranian attacks. That would be out of 7 million, that's 1 out of 14 people. That's huge, and that's some. And they've run out of weapons. They've run out of missiles, and they're trying to up the ante by bribing Turkish President Recep Erdogan with promises of an expanded empire, Ottoman Empire in Azerbaijan, and trying to get some sort of Russian-Turkish thing going on there. So the Russians are on the case, and I think Erdogan is smart enough to understand that he would lose any war with Russia, and it would be very stupid to work for the Israelis and the Zionists, because his own people will not put up with it, despite talks about, they can go ahead and expand their Ottoman Empire, but they don't have to do it by working for Satanists. They can do it, more peacefully in a friendly manner with Russia. So again, it is looking pretty grim right now overall, but I look at this as a sort of a battle of the Bulge offensive by the Khazarian mafia, and the numbers mean they're going to lose. Let's just think about it. In Western Europe, they could not hold out against Russia for more than 2-3 weeks maximum. And even though they had their fake Trump at the NATO meeting saying that the United States would fight to defend Western Europe, they physically cannot. Okay, they just, even if they wanted to, they would not be able to ship enough weapons and tanks across the Atlantic, especially with Russian submarines and missiles sinking ships, to get, even if they, fly troops over to fight the Russians, they wouldn't have weapons for them. So they cannot defend Western Europe. The Russians, I think they're too cautious. They keep telling me they're just letting it implode by itself because they don't want to, give anybody an excuse to start nuclear war. Okay, but I think that, they could just order government change in France and Germany at this point without having to actually carry out warfare. But again, we're watching an end game. There can be no doubt about it, and this is not going to end well. But I repeat, many countries, Canada, now soon the UK, Japan, they're leaving the Khazarian fold, which means we're really down to a small rump of bribed and blackmailed politicians in Germany, France, UK, to lesser, and the U.S. And they're losing Israel as well. So, you know, it's a bit depressing to see them make this big push, but at the same time, they have lost. This just mathematically certain. They don't have the troops, they don't have the money, they don't have any control over real economy. And the other thing, of course, is now Elon Musk is against them, which means that a large portion of the U.S. military-industrial complex, the National Reconnaissance Organization, all those high-tech people have turned against the fake regime now in Washington, D.C., and we do expect the real Donald Trump will return. But my own sources in the U.S. Space Force say they're just letting them, giving them enough rope to hang themselves, and that's why they're not taking action now. So we'll see. But that's sort of the situation. We're in the midst of an offensive that will fail, but in the meantime, they're still trying to cover up the pedophiles. They're still trying to continue their debt slavery system, and they're still trying to start World War III. But I know that sane minds in the military-industrial complex are not going to let them do that, and I'm hoping that they will wake up to the fact that this dragon family offers real and offers a way out of debt slavery without a catastrophic collapse of the U.S. economy. So they need to take this seriously because it's real. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is it possible the fake Trump being seen over in Europe and on the news is a security body double being used by the real Trump? Is it possible that the real Trump does have his own body doubles that he uses, just like the fake Trumps?
The real Trump does have body doubles that he uses for high-risk occasions. This is sure. But if you look at past statements from the real Trump about Iran, for example, he repeatedly tweeted that, Obama was trying to start a war with Iran and we should never do that. And to see this one, promoting war with Iran against the will of the military shows that the one that appeared at the NATO meeting and promoted the attack on Iran was not an avatar for the real Trump. Next question.
Hi, Ben. About South Korea, the Zionist candidate Kim Moon-soo, a close friend of Jung Kwang-hun, a mentally insane Protestant leader, was defeated recently. The American military commander in South Korea endorsed him. Does this kind of explain that the U.S. military force in South Korea is a Zionist entity?
Oh yeah, I mean, South Korea was always been a U.S. military colony, but the fact that South Korea, Japan, Australia, all these countries refused to go to the NATO meeting is a sign that something has clicked here, and I believe the U.S. military in East Asia is not on the same page as the Central Command. They're very upset that their power has been wasted on this Iran campaign, but they understand that they're going to have to, come to a new arrangement in East Asia, and this will be one that will allow the United States to continue to have a role in the region, but in a more sane and friendly manner. So instead of constant warmongering, it'd be more, nation building. But I understand that North Korea and South Korea will now once again move towards merging into a, reunifying, and I don't think the U.S. will stop that, even if they want to. But yeah, I mean, the government in South Korea is presiding over the biggest population drop in that nation's history, and it's not working for the Korean people. When they have the lowest birth rate on earth, and when a woman does not feel safe having children, that shows there's something wrong with society. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I know you touched on this briefly already, but do you think the big, beautiful bill will end up being rescinded when the real Trump gets back in office? And regardless of that, what do you think this means for everyday average Americans?
For everyday average Americans, it means more inflation and more debt, and it'll mean an increase in the wealth of the top 0.1% and a decrease in the wealth of the 99%. And I think the real Trump will agree to the Dragon family plan, which would mean a complete, a jubilee, cancellation of all debt, public and private, and then infusion of huge amounts of money it's not debt money, to rebuild America and really make it great again. And I think that's what the real Trump will support, because we all want to make America great again. The whole world does. It's like watching a good friend, suffering a mental breakdown and become homeless, and then nobody wants that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What about all the ICE deportations? Is this the real Trump or the fake Trump behind this?
The real Trump, did take big action against criminals, and a lot of known criminals were deported, and the result has been a huge drop in the crime rate across the U.S. But recently, I'm getting reports of deportations of useful people, like farm workers and dishwashers and stuff like that, and that's a sign that, again, something has clicked, something has changed. The use of paid mercenaries to start riots across the U.S. and then an attempt to use that as an excuse to have military onto the streets of U.S. cities. Everyone pointed out that these rioters were getting money from Soros and those people, and that trail leads to Rothschild. So suddenly they had to scale back that campaign. But for the first few months, the real Trump did a great job and helped reduce U.S. crime rate by deporting known criminals, and that's a good thing. Okay, well, I guess that's it for this week. I hope to see you again next week. And, despite everything, the United States is a great country, and we all wish you a happy 4th of July, and we'll all fight to make sure you really do become an independent nation again, because the world needs America back. Okay, well, thanks. Hope to see you next week.
Leo, the Lion, Zagami back, and he's bringing it. We've got a very good show for you today. The Vatican is warning of the rise of occult and satanic threats that are coming to America. So, Leo, thanks for coming back on again.
Thank you for having me on. And yes, the warning, of course, is for America, but also for the rest of the world. Of course, here in America, though, we had a very big increase in the number of practicing exorcists in the last few years, which is a bad sign, especially due to what I had envisioned already. You leave people in front of Cyber Satan for too long. That's not a good place to be. Now, it's important to understand that in the month of May, the Vatican will gather an international group of exorcists in Rome. And this year, in fact, the topic is mostly focused on the AI and how the AI is aiding Satanists. And that, as you know, is a topic that I have touched with a few of my books, volume 6.66, volume 7, and volume 9. In particular, volume 6.66 is relevant for today because in this book, I discuss the specifics of the rite of exorcism, of course, the one practiced by the Catholic Church, which in the Christian world is the more relevant, the Romanorum rite, which basically has been with us for over 4 centuries. And then you have for each, religion, their own way of exorcising the devil. But in fact, this year, for the first time, the Vatican is also opening their doors to non-Catholics and non-Christians alike who want to join in the battle against Satan. And on the 13th of March, he guested a few representatives of the International Association of Exorcists. So it's been maybe an important move. However, I am a bit disappointed that the Pope decided to dedicate to this such an important subject only half an hour. I mean, these people arrive from all over the world. You expect them at least, to spend with the Pope a few hours. However, it seems to me that there is some kind of contradiction here from the, the materialistic economic side of the Vatican, which, by the way, I've talked about in my latest article on leozegami.com, which you can go and check out, because he just appointed a former executive director from the Edmund de Rothschild private banking group to be in charge of the Vatican Bank. Now, this guy was also connected to Jeffrey Epstein through Ariane de Rothschild, who, of course, was married with Edmund de Rothschild and then took on the whole of the group and later involved also Jeffrey Epstein because she wasn't that great in doing this business. Let me explain. There is two different factions of the Rothschilds. There is the French and English faction, and then there is the French and Swiss faction, which is this one. And this guy, François Pauli, is now the new head of the Vatican Bank. And because he was involved with Epstein, it seems a little bit weird, to say the least, that you have a guy like that now in charge of the Vatican Bank. But to me, I think there is definitely a paradox here because, of course, when you're talking about money, you're talking about something that is directly connected with the devil. Remember the interview that Steve Bannon made with Epstein? At the end of the interview, he said, "Are you the devil?" Because he was so good with his, business side of things that the guy was wondering if he was actually the devil himself. And he had all the characteristics. So it's like the Vatican is divided between two factions. The faction of your ordinary priest, your parish priest, who wants to fight the demonic, which is rising. And of course, this International Association of Exorcists went to the Pope with a specific message, because you have to understand that with the arrival of the internet, the satanic sects have been able to recruit a lot more members. And groups like, for example, the Ordo Templi Orientis of Aleister Crowley, or the Temple of Set of Michael Aquino, or many other New Age oriented sects of more recent. But the exorcists are warning, of course, the Pope that there needs to be at least one or more exorcists for each diocese, because the increase in demand has been astonishing, Michael. And actually, when I say Michael, I say a name which is very dear to the exorcist. The Archangel Michael is, of course, very important. Now, when I was emailing with your wife, she told me she was interested in knowing also regarding the fact that, the exorcists make a point when they exorcise to get the real name of the demon they're fighting. Because maybe people don't know that, but, and this is going to probably shock them, but in medieval times, they went even to as far as calculating how many demons were roaming the earth. And if you want to give you an exact number, that I have to get my glasses here because unfortunately at 56 I need my glasses. And we're talking about millions of demons roaming the earth. Okay, so here we are. It will be here. Now, they calculated that there were at least 13 million 306,668 demons who are loose around the planet. This was at least what they calculated in medieval times. There was also the fact, this is also very important. The demons have their own principalities, their own soldiers. It's a legion, no? We are many because we are legion. Yeah. And there is a hierarchy. Now, Beelzebub, which is one of the main demons, under Lucifer, under Satan, he has 6,666, of course, demons working for him. This is also part of the calculations that were done. Now, regardless of those people who might think this is a matter of laughter when you hear such things, this topic is very serious, and is very serious for people who are believers and also for people who are non-believers, because the biggest trick the devil ever played on us is to let us believe he doesn't exist, as we all know. This is a famous saying. Now, these representatives of the International Association of Exorcists that went to visit Pope Leo on March 13th at the Vatican Apostolic Palace had this half-an-hour meeting in which they explained how even in the seminaries of the Catholic Church, there is, of course, a lot of demons. And now, when you get consecrated to become a priest, in a minor, you can actually participate to minor exorcism only. Okay? Only a very few chosen priests get to become exorcists. You have to have a preparation in theology, but you also have to have a preparation in psychology, because you have to dismiss those cases where obviously the person is not, is insane. I mean, it's simply contact working upon, the affected. My own personal experience with exorcism has been very vast, and it's been direct because I participated to exorcism.
Wow.
I was exorcised myself. I went and participated to exorcism in the Middle East, in mountains, in Italy, in monasteries, in places, and I had all kinds of experiences. So, if you want, after we can, I can give you some, just some personal experiences of mine for your audience.
Is it anything like we saw in Exorcist?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. It's. I remember once, and this is it's quite incredible because they couldn't find a proper group of exorcists to actually quiet down this guy who was obviously possessed. He was from Africa. He was obviously in Africa. We have voodoo, the roots of voodoo. It's filled with animist religions, and so they couldn't get an exorcist, and so they said, "Okay, will you provide us with an exorcism?" And so I went into the room, and the guy was literally coming off his bed. I mean, it was rather incredible.
Wow.
And in that case, of course, I use not only the prayers, but I also use a holy relic, which I always carry on with me. I have it even now in the other room. It's a piece of the bandage of Padre Pio, which is considered the saint of the Catholic Church, which is also, though, a guy who was, when he was a monk during his life with the stigma, he was also an exorcist. I mean, he was somebody who was fighting the devil. So the fact that you are able to also use holy relics aside from the prayers is almost like, when you go into the battle with somebody, you might have a knife, or you might have a gun, or you might have a machine gun. Now, the incredible thing that happened with the Catholic Church is that, as you know, and we have discussed it many times here on the show, in the past, the Catholic Church, unfortunately, after the Second Vatican Council, which happened in the first half of the 1960s, gave birth to a church which was increasingly progressive. I talked about it, especially in volume 12 of my Confessions, the last installment of my Confessions that, as you know, talks about the Jesuits. I talked about the Jesuits' takeover of the church, of a church which was no longer traditional, which was abandoning the traditional Latin Mass for this Novo Ordo Missa, which was basically abandoning their traditions and facilitating this way the satanic infiltration. In fact, it's not a coincidence that the Second Vatican Council ends up in December 1965, and then you have 1966, considered year zero of Satanism. And that is also the year in which that the Sabbatean Frankist of Anton LaVey founded the Church of Satan. Now, from my own personal experience, I noticed that when, at the end of the 90s, the Vatican in 1999 tried to impose a new form of exorcism, there was generally a rebellion from the base of exorcists, which led, actually, paradoxically, led to the creation of this International Association of Exorcists, because then there was a guy called Father Amort, which is the guy which inspired also that movie. It is not The Exorcist. The Exorcist is another movie, and it's the first of its kind. The Exorcist is a movie which I explain also in my books, was worked out in Hollywood also with the direct support of the Jesuits. So there was a lot of know-how in the way that that movie portrayed the whole thing. Then you have other movies of importance and relevance, like The Rite, for example, that came out in 2011, which is based on a book, The Rite, The Making of a Modern Exorcist, which is also based on real stories. And in fact, there is also a link there to a Welsh Jesuit named Father Lucas. And so it's obvious that in the the exorcists and what they do, the exorcists are always sought after by Hollywood, because what they do is very spectacular at times and very scary, to say the least. I remember when a few years ago, the film director of The Exorcist, in fact, did a documentary about Father Amort filming the real exorcism, and it was pretty scary to actually, have the real exorcists that are, portrayed rather than the fictional ones.
Yeah.
Because what happens with Satan is that he can get into your body through you opening up to the occult, but also in an innocent way, through the Ouija board, through certain video games, through certain books on the occult that maybe shouldn't be read, and people playing around with the things they don't really know about.
Yeah,
And
I've even heard some people have said that they actually, when they make these movies, sometimes they cast spells in the movies that will, when you watch the movie, will come off if you're not strong, if you're weak or whatever, and you're like easily, influenced, because a lot of people really get scared by these movies, and I think that opens you up. But they actually put spells in the movies, some of these movies, like The Exorcist. That's why people would like have go crazy in the movies, in that movie especially. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that, lately when you go to the cinema, you are bombarded because, I went to the cinema and saw a couple of movies in the last 2 months, and all I could see in the trailers that were before the movie I chose, which was maybe a more tranquil movie compared to the others, but all the movies, they were all horror movies with evident occult symbolism. So it's almost like today Hollywood produces much more than what happened with The Exorcist. At the time of The Exorcist, yes, you had a few movies around. You had, of course, before The Exorcist, you had Rosemary's Baby, which was a turning point also for a lot of people that understood about sectarian activities, the fact they were impregnating a woman to bear the child of the devil became a very important and shocking novelty at the time. But today you have almost 20 or 30 movies a month that talk about a variety of occult subjects, branding them as horror. So the actual movie, The Exorcist
Family, Rosemary's Baby, bring that up. She wore that red dress with the white lace at the top. So you had Princess Diana and you had Princess Kate. Both of them wore that dress with their children. It's like, wow, there's like just bringing that in everywhere.
But definitely it brought a certain fashion. No? the devil wears Prada, they say. Now there is a comeback. Number 2. Okay, going back to The Devil and Father Amorth, which was this 2017 documentary, which I suggest you go and check out, by William Friedkin, which was the guy who made The Exorcist. I mean, he really brought this. I remember myself when I used to work with this TV station under the Vatican. There was one of my cameramen called Gianluca Tacchia, which is actually, a friend since I was very young, because I started, as you know, with working with the Catholic TV and radio, and my mother was collaborating with the Vatican radio and TV. So I was in that kind of environment. But I remember one day Gianluca came back from filming Father Amorth doing an exorcist. We're talking about the 1980s here, so nobody has seen that kind of thing. He literally escaped, came to me and was like shocked. He was like, Leo, you will not believe what I saw. It was like, I couldn't stay there. I couldn't film that. I just left. And I was like, wow. So just to give you an example. Now, Russell Crowe participated in a movie, as you know, in 2023, which is called The Pope's Exorcist. And that is actually based on Father Amorth, which I explain in this book, was the guy who opposed this situation of editing and diminishing the power of the exorcism. Because after having changed the various rituals of the Catholic Church based on this Second Vatican Council, the last thing they did in 1999 was to attack the right of exorcism. And in my book, I explain all the revisions. So explaining the 99 exorcism revision to the layman. And I'm very accurate in this explanation, because I wanted to make people understand this act of sabotage. Because at one point, Father Amor said, well, what are you giving us here? Because we are not going to be able to fight Satan with this kind of ritual. We want to go back to the 1614 ritual.
Wow.
And that eventually what happened. Now, the Pope just received this group of people who follow into the footsteps of Father Amort, and who will meet up once again, like I said, in the month of May of this year, to discuss and to prepare, because every year usually in the month of May, they meet up in Rome, around 170, 200 exorcists, to discuss what is happening, to prepare, and maybe amongst them there can be also some laymen or some Christian pastors from other denominations who maybe will also like to join the battle by using those rituals which are in use in the Catholic Church. Now, like I stated earlier, this year, in an unprecedented move, this group of exorcists will actually guest Jewish rabbis, Islamic imam. So it will not be as, the way you fight Satan and his legion in the Islamic religion is completely different from the Catholic. And the Catholic way of exorcising is itself different from maybe the Coptic or Orthodox way. I was able to assist in the Middle East to Madame Fula's exorcism. Madame Fula and I participated, and I was myself exorcised by her. Madame Fula, regarded by the Coptic Church in Cairo at the time, I'm talking about 2003, as the number one exorcist, was able to do two kinds of exorcism. A minor exorcism, which would be if she saw that you didn't have great problems, okay, that you were not completely possessed by a powerful demon, she would simply measure you and recite a prayer, and then they will fold this measurement done with a piece of cloth will be then folded around the prayer. So that is pretty simple. Then you will have those people, like in that case, it was me, who had received a very powerful curse at the time from a black magician. And so he had launched against me something like 123 demons, I don't know, some big number of demons and so on. I think even more. And so she exorcised, and I explained that also, by with dropping liquid lead in a pan of cold water that captures your demon.
Wow.
Now, it's pretty scary because liquid lead, if it ends up on you, you can imagine, especially on you. So it is a, I mean, when she told me, first she decided who she wanted to bring, and it was a kitchen in Cairo, but people were queuing all the way down to the road.
Wow.
Come to this old lady and the daughter. I remember the daughter had a T-shirt, Army of Jesus. I said, wow. It seemed like in America, in English. I was there. So we were in the days in which the situation was pretty unstable in Iraq. They had just blown up a base of Italian Carabinieri in Nasiriyah. So it was like the Middle East was pretty dense at the time. But I saw that even if she was Greek and she was working for the local Coptic church, there were Muslims there that will accept the exorcism from this Christian woman. So it was kind of interesting to see that sometimes evil makes us cross all boundaries in a way, you know? Like I stated in regards to the convention that will be held this year in the middle of May in Rome. So the lead was, first she did some purification, cleansing, and then after reciting a few prayers, she put the span on top of my head and she poured the lead. It was incredible what happened after, because literally a demon came in the lead with the horns and it was captured. The image of the demon was in and it was, like I said, hundreds of demons with a big demon.
Wow.
And the image of the demon actually because of course liquid lead in water, and it gets immediately very hard. And at that point, she said, we captured him. And I was pretty impressed by this technique because I had 10 years earlier another exorcism by a Franciscan monk in an Italian monastery. And that, of course, was conducted following the criteria of reciting the prayers from the Romanorum Rite of 1614, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, you are, liberated from these demons through the power of prayer, of course. In this case, the power of prayer had also some kind of practical element added to it. Now, I don't know how practical would it be if you had somebody spinning with their head like Linda Blair in The Exorcist and put the finger, because probably that would be a little bit. But another interesting exorcism which I was subject to, because you have to understand, I'm an exorcist because I got trained by other exorcists, but at the same time, because I fought these magical wars within the so-called Illuminati, as I explain in my books, at times I was subject to some really big doses of black magic, which in that case needed some proper exorcism. So I was sent to the city of Konya. And in the city of Konya, there was this exorcist which conducted an Islamic ritual of exorcism. So I also was able to see how they operate. Now, they consider the demons, the jinn or the ifrit, creatures of fire. So they need to freeze them in order to exorcise them from you. They recite prayers out of the Quran, around your head, and then they manage to detect how many of these demons, these genies, these ifrit are present. And then they eventually exorcise them. So that was in the city of Konya, which is the city where you have the tomb of Jalaluddin Rumi, the great Sufi. Oh. And it's in Turkey. Yep. It's a beautiful place.
Absolutely.
And I was brought to have this purification, let's say, ritual. It was an exorcism, of course. And it was an interesting experience because they had recognized that at the time I was under attack. I had just started 20 years ago with my Illuminati confessions online. And as soon as I started, they, of course, cursed me left, right, and center.
Oh, yeah.
As you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think I still have around here the actual picture, a photo I made of the exorcist. If you want, I can go and pick it up for you.
Yeah.
So, let me see if I can manage to pick it up.
Wow, fascinating subject from somebody that's actually been to exorcisms and has been exercised as well. Wow.
Yeah, in various traditions also, because like I said, it's not only one tradition.
Explanation, who has the best tradition for exorcisms?
This was my exorcist in Konya at the time. I don't know if he's still alive. Probably not. I mean, he was pretty old at the time. This is actually during the exorcism.
Wow.
He was reciting the prayer. As you know, I wrote a book on Islam and the eternal conflict in the Middle East, which is volume 10 of my Confessions, in which I also talk a bit about my experiences in the Middle East. And I think this book is definitely relevant for what we are living today in the Middle East. So I highly advise you check it out, volume 10 of my Confessions. Like I said, it's of course not a joke to approach the occult, and every now and then you can get attacked. So of course, as I have been an insider in this kind of groups and magical wars were fought all the time, then you have to cleanse yourself with an exorcism. I mean, you can cleanse yourself, of course, if it's a minor demonic attack with prayers, with going to church, with some holy water and so on. But when you have a demon which is residing in you, then you really need an exorcism. Now you have to understand, I mean, there is a difference, evocation and invocation. Evocation, you evoke the demon outside. Invocation, you actually end up having the demon inside. So we are now living in a situation in our society in which, like Father Ripperger, I mean, I'm sure you heard about him. He's been very much on the news lately. Father Ripperger is probably currently America's #1 exorcist.
Yep.
And he himself has said, though, that he feels that it's not the devil to blame for this trend, but rather us, the humans, who are unfortunately playing with things we shouldn't play, and we are not taking seriously maybe this subject. So for Father Chad Ripperger, the blame lies primarily with people themselves. And it's not about the fact that there is more demons roaming the earth, but it's the fact that we are opening up to them more than we used to. So I think that is an interesting thing he said lately in an interview, because the demons are empowered more and more by people who commit evil deeds, but also people who are not aware of the evil they are committing, or are simply not aware of the fact that they are letting Satan in by doing things that are highly immoral and dangerous for your own soul. Now, we have noticed that, you see, fortunately, people today don't seem to believe their actions have consequences in this sense. So at that point, it becomes very easy for Satan to come into their life when you don't believe in Satan. Like I stated at the beginning of the show, then, So according to this exorcist who went to visit the Pope, There is though also a blame in the spread of esotericism and the occultism. Now, how this spread happens, it happens like we stated earlier. It can happen even simply playing with the Ouija board, no? Like we see also in the film The Exorcist. It's a great point of entry for the demons once you start playing with divination. So tarots, also tarot cards can become also a point of entry. And of course, today we have an obsession with these various sects and practices that eventually will turn out to be dangerous. Now, apparently, during the meeting that there was at the Vatican on March 13th, Pope Leo publicly appreciated the past work of Father Gabriele Amort, the one we mentioned earlier.
Oh, great.
And because he founded, like we stated, and like I stated in this book, the International Association of Exorcists back in 1994. And when in 1999, which is, by the way, also the year that great exorcist Father Malachi Martin died, I don't know if you know a little bit about Malachi Martin, about his mission, about what he was. I mean, he was basically a former Jesuit, or at least a Jesuit who was no longer an active Jesuit, who came to America, became rather known also in alternative media circles, even with Coast to Coast, and people like George Nori and others, publicizing what he was doing, because he was writing some books that were actually essays and others that were fictional but based on truth. He had been the secretary of Cardinal Bea, who was a Jesuit cardinal of relevance during the Second Vatican Council, but actually, after probably participating in the Second Vatican Council and apparently even being witness to some satanic activities that led to a black mass inside the Vatican, wow. He said, okay, I'm leaving. And he went on the other side of the pond to live here in the United States of America, where he became also a very known exorcist. And unfortunately, though, in the last day of his life, he was fighting a case of exorcism that was pretty difficult. And then suddenly, and he died when he went back home, something happened that is still to this day not fully explained. The strange thing is that in 1999, that was the year in which the Vatican also decided to reform the rite of exorcism. And that is what happened with then Father Amor saying, we don't want, basically a gun with no bullets. You're giving us a way of fighting the devil which is not working. We need to go back to the old traditional way. In fact, he was able to impose on his exorcist the use of the traditional Roman ritual.
Now, usually the exorcism are performed by someone that wants them. Do priests that are trained in the exorcisms, if they know someone is possessed, can they do a ritual against someone that is possessed without them being aware of it? Is that something that's done?
There has been cases in which you can deliver prayers, but those are minor exorcisms. If you are talking about a full-on case of possession, there will not be that kind of approach because it will be obvious to everybody that the person is possessed, and so it needs to be exorcised. Now, we could, of course, force our exorcism on a person who is evidently possessed and out of his mind. In the case when I, for example, delivered that exorcism to that African guy who was literally from Africa and didn't know how to talk Italian, didn't know how to talk, hardly knew how to talk English. But I had to deliver it, of course, in a language also that was close to him. So English, in that case, I did it half in English, half in Latin. So it was a pretty serious affair. It wasn't a, and that is, of course, an experience which I still held, inside me. Because then there is other forms of exorcism, minor exorcism, or at least exorcism that are not so. There was this guy who was a member of the Supreme Council of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Italy, or Piazza del Gesù, who called me and said, Leo, since I joined the Supreme Council, he was the archivist of the Grand Orient of Italy. And, we were chatting one day. He was giving me some of his publication stuff. And then he said, Leo, I have to tell you that I'm dying of a brain tumor. Since I joined the Supreme Council, I started to be affected more and more physically, and now I've been detected with a brain tumor, so I don't have much left. I would like you and an exorcist to come to my home and deliver me from this evil, because definitely he said there must be somebody within the Supreme Council which has affected me with this evil. Wow. So I called my friend Fortunato Luciano Chandra, who is an official recognized Knight of the Vatican, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, Knight of St. Sylvester Pope. I mean, he's like very high up in all these knighthood orders, and he knows the rituals by heart. I mean, I went there with my little booklet, reading in Latin the thing. He knew it by heart. So for me, it was kind of very impressive to see an exorcist like him, because I tell you, often even the Catholic priest that I saw read on the books, they don't know it by heart. This guy knew the Latin ritual by heart. It was amazing. In any case, we conduct the whole ritual, and it was very touching. It was done in a very beautiful way. There wasn't, like in the case of that African guy, he was like lifting off bed, and it was demonic. It was completely demonic.